from Staten Island University Hospital Park on the campus. Well, I should say, in Staten Island, New York. We are not on the campus of the College of Staten Island today as we scramble to get started here on CSI Sportsnet, but we welcome you in to this broadcast of CSI Dolphins baseball. The College of Staten Island taking on the Bloomfield College Bears. The Dolphins come in 1-4, and the Bears come in at 1-5. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner Nick Durst. And Nick, this Dolphins team finally returns from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, for their first official home game of the season. However, this game is played in a venue that the Dolphins are calling home for the first time, Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Right alongside the Staten Island Ferry, we have a great view of New York, a great view from up in the press box, and Dolphins baseball to look forward to today.
Well, I'm sure it was certainly a lot warmer down in South Carolina when they played. The team went 1-4 down there, and the Bears are 1-5 as well. So the second one of the season on the line here for both teams today. We're here at the ballpark, and for the first time in my history of working with you at CSI, we are having a early March home game in Staten Island. We're going to broadcast. Typically always rained out or snowed out. Not the case here, as we are playing on a state-of-the-art turf field, home of the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. And we should point out that we're right on the water for any people watching who are not familiar with the area. So expect a lot of wind to factor in to the games here today and tomorrow as well.
This is, of course, the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's, our scoreboard sponsor at the College of Staten Island, also bringing you our pregame show from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park here today. We are set for a 12 p.m. first pitch. And as you said, Nick, here alongside the ferry, right by the water, the wind could certainly prove to be a big factor. Wind, something the Dolphins certainly aren't strangers to playing at the College of Staten Island. We've seen wind influence many a fly balls at the CSI baseball complex, and that's definitely something to look out for in today's game. Something else we should note, heading into today's matchup, these two teams did meet for the first time in over 20 years last season for a doubleheader played at the CSI baseball complex. They split those two games, but those two games got a bit contentious toward the end as the Dolphins picked up the win in Game 1 and the Bears took the win in Game 2.
Yeah, in Game 1, John Esposito was tremendous. 6 innings, a 1-run ball. He got the loss in his first start this season. We'll definitely see him pitching in one of the 4 Dolphins games here this weekend. And you mentioned they played for the first time in over 20 years. Bears lead the all-time series 8-3. But in that second game of the doubleheader, the Bears were unable to really do much. And, I mean, the Bears were able to cause the Dolphins from doing much. And they won 5-2. And the games became very contentious, as you pointed out. So we'll see if there's some extra intrigue here today.
Definitely something to look out for heading into today's matchup between the Dolphins and the Bears. And taking a look at how some of the Dolphins have performed so far this season, you have to look no further than Dominic Castiglione for an excellent start on this Dolphins team. He's opened his season with 8 hits. 2 have gone for extra bases in just 18 at-bats. Castiglione led the Dolphins in hitting last year, plays a solid center field. That is someone to look out for in this Dolphins lineup today.
Yeah, he's doing great this season to start things off. 8 hits, 2 for extra bases, and he's only had 18 bats so far this season. So look for him to continue going on. And a lot of freshmen, Joe, doing a great job as well for the Dolphins right now.
Anthony Vigliotti and Vincent Weigel off to nice starts for the Dolphins as well. Vigliotti, 3 of 7, 3 RBIs in his short stint with the Dolphins. Of course, he is a freshman, as I mentioned. Weigel, also a freshman, has opened his season 2 of 6 with a pair of RBIs. And taking a look at some of CSI's returners, Brian Burkhead and Nick Cipoletti off to nice starts as well. Each had 3 hits during the Myrtle Beach trip. But the Dolphins do come in as a team struggling at the plate just a bit.
Yeah, they're only batting .212 right now to get things started. Typically, seems to be the norm early on in college baseball. The pitchers kind of have the advantage. They get things ramping up much more often, especially in the Northeast here. They're able to throw indoors. It's kind of the same. They're mimicking where the hitters are in the cage. It's very different contending with that versus out in the field. So things will catch up as things get warmer here. And they got to raise the average, that's for sure. And they're going to look to Castiglione to kind of lead the charge, the freshman as well. And if Burkhead and Cipoletti could continue going well, they could get the offense cooking here soon.
Well, you mentioned John Esposito pitched very well against this Bears team last season. We'll have to take a look at our starting lineups to see who is getting the start for the College of Staten Island, and it is indeed John Esposito who will pitch Game 1. Esposito, as you mentioned, not a great start to his season, got roughed up a bit in Myrtle Beach, but is looking to bounce back here today against a team that he had great success against last season. You said it, Nick. 6 innings of 1-run ball against this Bears ball club last season, and we will see if Esposito can replicate that effort here this afternoon. On the other side for the Bears, Tyree Bradley off to a red-hot start at the plate, and that's a name to watch out for. On the other side for the Bears, he comes in hitting .389. All 7 of his hits, 3 of which are home runs, have gone for extra bases. 4 different Bears have gone deep this year, but the hot start has been limited to their performance at the plate. The Bears come in with an ERA just shy of 15 on the season, and in just a few moments, we will have the playing of the national anthem and the start of today's game between the Dolphins and the Bears. With that, Nick and I will wrap up the McDonald's pregame show and take a quick break. When we come back, Dolphins and Bears on CSI Sportsnet. And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. Joe Foreman rejoining you alongside Nick Durst from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park, overlooking New York City from the press box. We are about to get underway, and the Dolphins will take on the Bears here on the ECC Network. We do have starting lineups for both teams, beginning first with the visiting Bears of Bloomfield College. Batting first and playing center field is number 12, Suriel Slate. Batting second and playing shortstop is number 99, Luis Ramirez. Batting third and catching is number 15, Elvis Lopez. In the cleanup spot is the first baseman, number 44, Tyree Bradley. Batting fifth and playing second base is number 21, Angel Murray. Batting sixth and playing right field is number 32, Justin Sanchez. Now, we do apologize. Our live stats application does have the last names cut off just a bit, so if I do make a mistake, I apologize for that. Batting seventh will be the third baseman, number 18, Justin Rivera. And batting eighth is the left fielder, number 28, Malachi Jones. Batting ninth, the designated hitter, number 27, Luis Garcia. And on the mound for the Bears is number 5, Justice Ramirez. Once again, if I did make a mistake with one of those names, I do apologize. Our live stats do have the names cut off just a bit. For the Dolphins, their starting lineup in center field, number 21, Dominic Castiglione. Batting second is the left fielder, number 23, Brian Burkhead. Batting third is the catcher, number 20, John Castiglione. The designated hitter, Shendi Ulaj, bats in the cleanup spot. He wears number 24. Thomas Martin, the first baseman, wears number 33 and bats fifth. Tyler Martinez plays right field, wearing number 30. He will bat sixth. Anthony Cetera is playing third base, wearing number 11, and he will bat seventh. The shortstop, Nick Cipoletti, wears number 2. He will bat eighth. And the second baseman, Jake Myers, wears number 3. He will bat ninth. On the mound for the Dolphins, number 18, John Esposito.
Well, Joe, it's just about time to play ball, and this is certainly going to be a big treat here for all the student athletes on both teams. And the umpires as well. I'm a big fan of the umpires, the boys in blue. But this is not the first time that Mike Morrow has been in this dugout here.
No question about that, Nick. He did manage the Ferry Hawks for a game during the most recent season. That was certainly a very exciting time right before I returned to athletic communications at the College of Staten Island. That was one of the few days leading up to my return at CSI. Didn't get a chance to attend that game, but as you said, Nick, Mike Morrow, very familiar with that third base dugout.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the Dolphins taking the third base dugout because that's what they're used to at home. Of course, third base is their home dugout, and usually first base is the home dugout, but we'll see here. It's a real thrill for these players. I see most players are wearing long sleeves, no crazy men out here today, but can you imagine what it would feel like for one of these players to hit a home run here? I doubt we're going to see it. It's pretty far down the left field line. Right field line's 318. Dead center is 390. But with the wind going out here, you never know.
Well, Nick, I'm not certain, but I do believe center field at the College of Staten Island may be 410. Am I mistaken?
This looks a little deeper, but we're also higher up and further away. So I've never seen a shot over dead center field at the College of Staten Island either.
No question about that. Most of the home runs go down the left field line.
Right. I would say left field here is definitely deeper than at the College of Staten
I think you're right. I think in the corners it might be a bit deeper here. Not sure about right field.
Right field, 318,
seems...
right down the line, potential there. But it also looks like along the right field line here, looks like the padding is not totally finished. Stadium's still under construction here as they get ready for the season. So we'll see if that impacts anything at all. Might take a crazy bounce off the wall. But, again, that's really far out there on the warning track. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that type of power here in this game.
Well, taking a look at the wind, there's only one flag out in right field that I can see. Not sure if there's any other flags out there.
I see that black flag in right center.
A tattered black flag. Wind blowing left to right. Doesn't appear to be too strong right now. So the left-handed hitters may have a bit of an advantage trying to hit the ball over that 318 mark in right field, but the wind right now blowing left to right. As John Esposito takes his warm-up tosses, we will get you his numbers on the season. Just one appearance for Esposito thus far. He suffered the loss, as Nick mentioned, during the pregame show. He comes in with an ERA of 9. His lone appearance did come in a start earlier this season. He has a 2.2 whip, and in 5 innings pitched, he's allowed 7 hits, 5 runs, all of those earned. He walked 4 and struck out 1 in his first outing of the season. 19 opposing batters hitting at .368 against him coming into today's game.
Well, this is going to be his first start in Staten Island since his last start last season, Joe, which was a historic one for him. 18 strikeouts in that game, I believe.
That was a huge performance to wrap up the season, Nick, and you're right. Big effort for Esposito in the final game of last season. This is his first game pitched on Staten Island since. As we should note, there is a very big game about to tip off right now. Women's basketball up in Amherst, New York, taking on Damon University in the semifinals of the East Coast Conference Women's Basketball Championship. We will update you on that game throughout the broadcast. Nick has the video feed running on his personal laptop. First pitch of the game is fouled straight back by Suriel Slate, and we are underway from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Dolphins will play 4 home games here over the next 2 days. This game, the first of a pair against Bloomfield College. And Esposito's 0-1 misses up high. One ball and 1 strike, the count on the Bears center fielder. And that's fouled away up over the press box.
It's out of the stadium, that ball there. I wonder if we might get a foul ball up here. Luckily, our window is closed in front of us because we are dead center behind home plate here. Great vantage point for us.
Esposito, long look in ahead of this 1-2 pitch. And that's in on the hands of Slate, who stumbles out of the box. Plenty of time for Cipoletti at short, and there's one away.
Routine play there, and no problem for Cipoletti to scoop that up. curious to see as we watch some games here how the turf plays, if it's a fast roll or a slow one.
One away here in the top half of the first inning. Luis Ramirez at the plate. And the first pitch he sees gets by to the backstop. It's taken for ball one. Ramirez comes in 5 of 15 on the young season. 2 of his 5 hits have gone for extra bases, both doubles. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's taken on the outside corner for a called strike one. An uncharacteristically low strikeout number for Esposito in his first start, just 1. As you mentioned, Nick, he wrapped up last season with 18 punch-outs in his final outing, and he misses down low for ball 2.
Always curious when I watch early season baseball games about the grip of the pitcher when their hands are very cold. Only about 40 degrees here today.
And the 2-1 is lined into right center field for a base hit. And the Bears have their first base runner of the game with 1 away in the first inning.
Just seeing that ball go in the outfield there, I mean, the gaps are really big here. A lot of ground to cover out there for the outfielders, for sure.
That will bring Elvis Lopez to the plate. Bears catcher comes in 6 of 17 on the season. Couple of RBIs. 1 of his 6 hits have gone for extra bases. Very dangerous man on deck in Tyree Bradley. And that gets by and to the backstop. Castiglione couldn't stop it. And the runner will move up to second. Man in scoring position now with 1 away, and a big opportunity here for Lopez with Ramirez standing over at second base. That's fouled away. Once again, that's out of the ballpark.
Wonder where all those balls line up. Maybe we'll see some when we're walking back to our cars in the parking garage, or they're just laying around. Lots of souvenirs to be had.
No question about it. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. And Lopez barely got a piece of that one. Looks like that may have caught Castiglione as well, and sure did as he works on that left leg. Early opportunity with a man in scoring position for Bloomfield as the home plate umpire brought Esposito a new baseball to give Castiglione some time. We are set to resume play. Esposito's pitch skips in once again, blocked this time by Castiglione.
Mound here fully turf, so could be an adjustment here, but not really sure what the field was like in South Carolina.
And that's it on the ground to the left side. Diving stop by Cetera. He comes up throwing, and Martin is pulled off the bag by that throw. And the Bears now have 2 on with just 1 away in the first inning, and a very dangerous hitter in Tyree Bradley coming up to the plate.
Well, a great diving stop there by Cetera. Had a little trouble there getting up and getting the ball out of his hand, and by the time he released it, he had to rush it, and the throw just a little bit off the mark there. Martin had to come off the base to catch it.
1 out, top half of the first inning, and Esposito finds himself in early trouble. Tyree Bradley, the batter, and he takes a big swing at the first pitch as Esposito is down.
Does not look good, Joe. Looks like he rolled his ankle. I don't want to speculate.
We may step aside and take a quick break here as the Dolphins' starting pitcher is down and in a lot of pain alongside the mound. With that, we will take a quick break. No score in the top half of the first inning. Bears threatening with 2 on and 1 away.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Joe Foreman and Nick Durst on the call for CSI Dolphins baseball. And for CSI fans and for fans of the game in general, good to see John Esposito back on his feet. He is going to remain in the game. That did not appear likely as we headed into that commercial break, but he faces a big at-bat in this game early on. As the hottest hitter in the Bloomfield lineup, Tyree Bradley is at the plate. Esposito quickly ahead 0-2 here.
Joe, we're going to go through a lot of baseballs this weekend because typically at the College of Staten Island, the players retrieve them. Not going to be the case here under the circumstances of the stands being under construction.
0-2 pitch to Bradley. Is just off the outside corner for ball 1. We spoke about it a bit during the break, but we speculated that perhaps Esposito, not accustomed to pitching on an all-turf mound, may have expected a bit more give. And that could have played a role in him going down with that injury, as that's hit on the hands and line foul.
Well, Joe, the last time I was at this stadium for a baseball game, it was me playing in it, and I picked up the save on the mound. So speaking from experience here, I know it was an old field, but the minor league mounds or the Atlantic League mounds, they're actually a little more flat. And you're right, with that turf mound, there's no give. You really can't dig your feet into anything. You're used to maybe finding a little divot where you work off of. Not the case here with the turf mound.
That pitch misses in on the hands. Count runs even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I mentioned Bradley is red hot. Comes in with an OPS 1671. Hitting at 389. And he's run the count full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes after falling behind 0-2.
Let's see if the runners take off, even though there's only 1 out, or at least get a larger lead.
Esposito's payoff pitch is fouled straight back and up over our heads. Count remains full. Runners were not going on the pitch. Not surprising with 1 out. But sometimes you'll see a base runner with some speed near the top of the order. Ramirez the runner over at second. Lopez the runner over at first. Another 3-2 pitch upcoming from John Esposito. Looking to put Bradley away here. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. Big punch out by John Esposito, striking out the most dangerous hitter in this Bears lineup.
Tyree Bradley there. Worked the count, long at bat. But Esposito able to rebound after the injury. And a big punch out there to the number 4 hitter. And now we have 2 outs as Murray comes to the plate.
Angel Murray with a big opportunity here. 2 outs, 2 on. Top half of the first inning, and he looks at ball 1. Murray comes in 6 of 21 early in the season. He has a couple of extra base hits, 6 RBIs. Those 6 RBIs trailing only Bradley. And that pitch is up and away for ball 2. Murray in the driver's seat here, ahead 2-0. Can afford to lock in on a spot here. And Castiglione appears hurt behind the plate. I think that pitch may have caught him on the wrist.
2 injuries here in the first inning for the Dolphins.
Now, was that potentially a cross-up between pitcher and catcher? And as Esposito made his way over to the area behind home plate, you can see he's noticeably limping. And now Castiglione appears to have taken a ball either off the wrist or the elbow.
Keep in mind here the frigid conditions out there on the field. Your body stiffens up, so any impact will play greater to the body here with the cold.
No question, that did not feel good, cold weather or not. And Castiglione is going to remain in the game as well. But now the full battery working wounded right now. And you can see Esposito with a noticeable limp as he heads back to the rubber.
For Bloomfield, though, now runners at second and third as the runners are able to move up.
If I'm not mistaken, that was ball 3, but I'm not sure. I didn't see a call as my attention was focused on Castiglione. And Esposito's pitch is on the outside corner. I believe that runs the count to 3-1. And that misses down for ball 4. So Esposito has loaded the bases in the opening inning. Justin Sanchez will be the batter. First pitch to Sanchez is lined into center field for a base hit. That will score at least 2. And it looks like the runner will try for third. Throw gets away toward the Dolphins' dugout, and that allows Sanchez to move up to second. It's a 2 RBI single for Justin Sanchez, and the Bears have jumped out to an early 2-run lead.
Well, it's been a tough first inning here for the Dolphins. 2 injuries. Luckily, the players are seeming to be okay staying in the game here. But you have to wonder if that injury is impacting Esposito's finish on his pitches right now. He had the walk, and that pitch was lined up the middle for the first runs of the game. 2 RBIs there on the single.
Esposito was clearly limping. Castiglione shaken up. Esposito stayed in the game, as did Castiglione, and now the Dolphins will get the bullpen going. Esposito laboring through this first inning. That's fouled back. That gets Esposito back in the at-bat. Count 2 balls and 1 strike.
After this inning, we'll have an update for you in the basketball game as they're coming towards the end of the first quarter up in Buffalo.
That pitch sails up high. Count now 3-1. Esposito being forced to work very hard in this opening inning. And that catches the inside corner. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. A good off-speed pitch by John Esposito. And that very well could be the last pitch he throws in this game, as he is noticeably limping heading off the field. Action in the Dolphins bullpen. CSI gets their first turn at the plate when we come back.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive.
And we are back from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park, where the Dolphins trail 2-0 early. John Esposito, injured on the mound in the first inning, stayed in, allowed a 2-run base hit off the bat of Justin Sanchez.
I did promise it, Joe, so here's the update in the ECC Conference Tournament semifinals. We have Damon College ahead of the Dolphins 23-18 as the second quarter gets underway.
Dolphins in an early 5-point hole. Still plenty of time left in that one. 3 quarters to play from Amherst, New York. Still plenty of time in this game as well as Dominic Castiglione hits one out to shallow center. And the catch is made out in center field on the run by Suriel Slater. Now, I do apologize, as during the introduction of starting lineups, Suriel's last name was cut off. That is Suriel Slater in center field, not Slate. I haven't scored a game, or I should say called a game, using Stat Crew live stats in a long time. I was not aware they cut off the names. But we do have full rosters via paper.
A little problematic, but we make do, of course. Used to having you here with the iPad scoring yourself. Now we're not going to be able to say, Joe, what's the pitch count later on in the game?
I thought Stat Crew tracked pitch count as well. Apparently not.
I didn't see it.
That may have to be enabled as Brian Burkhead looks at that pitch inside. Pitch fouled away by Burkhead as we're communicating with the scoreboard operator.
Pitch there is head over to third base towards the dugout, and the catch is made over there going towards the Dolphins bench by Bloomfield's third baseman, Justin Rivera. So Castiglione here steps into the box, and the first pitch is in there for a called strike one. So Castiglione awaits the 0-1 pitch. Takes it low for a ball, 1-1.
Had to step out of the room for a moment, communicating with some of the production team down on the field, trying to coordinate the updating of the outfield scoreboard. You can only see it on your wide shot. Not sure you're able to read the scoreboard on the wide shot, but you can only see it via the wide shot. Count 2-1 on John Castiglione, and that skied foul into the seats down the right field line. As of right now, no seats in that right field corner. That's one of the few areas left in the ballpark that needs to be updated with the new seating.
About 3/4 of the way done with the new seats here at the ballpark. A nice light blue, very hawk blue, or as we like to call it, dolphin blue colored seats.
Columbia blue has quickly become my favorite color since joining the team here at the College of Staten Island, as that pitch is taken outside.
If you want to know more about Joe's origin stories here with the Dolphins, you can check it out on csidolphins.com now.
That's it on the ground to short. Should be an easy play, and Castiglione is retired for the final out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the home half of the first. Our score through 1. Bloomfield 2, Staten Island 0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart.
And we're back for the Rhodes second inning as Esposito has to get out of the way of that one, and that certainly did not help with the leg injury earlier in the game, as once again he comes up limping, and the Bears have a leadoff base runner, Malachi Jones, on with a leadoff single.
Yeah, so Malachi Jones there, he absolutely rips that one up the middle there. And he gets on base. Esposito gets out of the way. Luis Garcia to the plate. That pickoff attempt, no good. So Esposito's first pitch, here it comes. Swung on a miss, strike one.
Dolphins having some bad strokes of luck right now early in this game. Esposito went down, Castiglione was shaken up, and then Esposito has that ball hit right back at him. Oh, 0-1 the count on the designated hitter, Luis Garcia. A check on the runner over at first, and Jones is back in safely.
2 pickoffs already. If this is the major leagues, you'd have no more pickoff attempts allowed.
They changed that rule too?
You get 2 pickoff attempts. If you pick off on the third attempt and you don't get him out, the runner gets second base on a balk.
Okay, so that's 2 pickoff attempts in between each pitch.
No, per at bat.
Per at bat?
Yes. Per at bat.
That is an incredibly stupid rule. That is something that runners can easily take advantage of.
That's what they want, Joe, and they're playing with bigger bases as well.
Why?
Just to get a little more action in the game. Now, the pitch clock, though, I love that. I wish we had that at the NCAA level.
I personally have never had a problem with the length of game in baseball. If I'm paying to go to a baseball game,
in person, I want to, as long as possible.
Exactly. I agree with you. Even watching at home, I don't mind if the game is longer.
I never had an issue with the length unless it's a Yankees-Red Sox game, which are about 7.5 days.
I don't watch much Yankees baseball. That will change in early April. I'll be at the stadium when they take on the Phillies. As that pitch sails up and in.
Nothing quite like a single admission doubleheader baseball game. Now they're trying to cut the length down. Might be in and out of there in 6 hours for a doubleheader.
If anything, cut the time between the 2 games.
How about cutting the time between innings and getting rid of all the commercials?
I'm with you on that. There is nothing more frustrating than going to a primetime game, and in between innings, you have 3.5-minute commercial breaks.
Now, I know you have not been checking in much on MLB spring training, but yesterday, so the new rule, Joe, is you have to deliver the pitch, obviously, before.
That's hit high in the sky. On the infield, 3 Dolphins converging, And it falls, but Martin will tag out the runner trying to advance from first. So
All right,
Jones
three
out.
unassisted there. Do you give an error there, Joe?
You can't. They didn't touch it. It's a fielder's choice.
All right. So the rule is the batter has to be in the box with 8 seconds left on the pitch clock, and they have to be having their face looking towards the pitcher. So leave it to Max Scherzer, who he's ready. He's waiting till 1 second to deliver the pitch to mess up with the timing. So there's going to be a lot of those quirkiness things we're going to see over the next few months here.
Those rules are terrible. I personally hate them, and this is the first I'm hearing of them.
Wow.
I typically tune in opening week, and we'll check in on my Phillies throughout the season after
Might
that.
impact your betting strategy as well.
There isn't much strategy, really, other than reading different stats, usually stats against left and right.
So to give you the full rules, that is, if the pitcher doesn't deliver the pitch before the pitch clock expires, it's an automatic ball. If the batter is not in the box with 8 seconds left on the pitch clock, it's automatic strike.
Awful. Suriel Slater takes a strike.
What do you think about the shift ban rule? No more shift allowed.
If you can't hit against the shift, that's on you, as far as I'm concerned. Let them do whatever they want.
I have to agree with you. I mean,
Look at Bryce Harper. That's what a good hitter looks like. Can hit shifted or unshifted. No problem. Drives the ball to all fields. You should be forced to adapt as a hitter. They shouldn't make rules to constrict the defense, but that's my opinion.
well, if Jeff McNeil could bat .326 with the shift last year and lead the league in average, why can't anybody else try to go to the opposite field?
Hitters need to adapt. I don't think the rules need to change.
Now, next year, we're probably going to have a robot umpire behind the plate as that pitch is blocked.
And the throw behind the runner at first is high. Not sure that throw was necessary. And Garcia will advance to second.
Wonder if the injury in the first inning affected that throw down to first at all. It was a little high, but it did hit the glove of Martin before going to the outfield.
That's definitely an error on Castiglione. Now, he was shaken up in the first inning after taking a baseball to the left wrist, it appeared, so you wouldn't think that impact the throw, as that's fouled straight back into the netting. We said it throughout the season last year. This Dolphins team can certainly hit. Runs usually not an issue for them. It's protecting leads late. That was a big issue for the Dolphins last year. And that pitch is swung on and missed. A good high fastball by Esposito, and he strikes out Slater for the second out of the inning.
Going to have to do some damage control here, I think, because the Dolphins' bats have been struggling to start the season, so really don't want to get down too much here. Got to try to keep this deficit to 2.
Big swing and a miss there by Luis Ramirez. He went up the ladder after that pitch. He's behind 0-1. Ramirez 1 for 1 in the game. He singled his last time up, came around to score. That pitch is in for a called strike 2. Ramirez didn't like it. Esposito 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. That's fouled back. Esposito remains ahead in the count, 0-2. Runner in scoring position, 2 away for the Bears. That's it on the ground to the right side. Myers has it, and he throws on to Martin at first to retire Ramirez for the third out of the inning. John Esposito strands a man in scoring position. Our score heading into the bottom half of the second inning remains Bloomfield 2, Staten Island 0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet, where the Dolphins trail 2-0 entering the bottom half of the second inning.
So here's a big update in the basketball game at halftime in the ECC Conference semifinals. The Dolphins are ahead 36-31 over Damon College. Kaya Johnson lead the way with 9 points. Noemi Masinge, Ash Lambert, Lizzie LaFara, and Janelise Alarcon all with 6 points.
And Shendi Ulaj hits one out to right center field. And the catch is made on the run in center by Slater for the first out of the bottom half of the second. The texts are starting to come in. I have some very excited fanatics texting me to let me know Dolphins by 5 at halftime. A lot of excitement around this women's basketball team right now.
Damon University came in 18-4. Dolphins at 11-18. Joe might be going to Buffalo tomorrow.
Marquise is here as well. He's in our dugout, letting me know once again Dolphins by 5 at the half. A lot to be excited about.
Oh, that ball actually bounced and almost landed to the right of our public address announcer booth there.
Thomas Martin at the plate. That last foul ball evened up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that pitch misses outside. Dolphins still looking for their first base runner as well. Didn't get a chance to get you the numbers for Justice Ramirez. We'll share those in a moment. As Martin hits one down the line, and the backhanded play at third is not made, and Martin will be on. I think that's going to go down as a single.
I would agree so, but we'll check the live stats.
No question, Lewis, right on it.
Perhaps he waited to hear your official call. Well, when we're back at
they call him the wise man for a reason.
We're back at the College of Style on the show. We'll have Lewis back on the broadcast with us to explain his ruling.
If we had a bit more room, he might be in here with us today, but our public address announcer, Nick Bavona, needed some company next door, as that's fouled away by Tyler Martinez.
Lewis, I believe, is in charge of music today as well.
He is. We have to make sure we get our flash drive with the walk-ups. Perhaps I'll be able to take care of that tomorrow. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike on the Dolphins right fielder. Ramirez comes set, and the 1-1 misses down and in for ball 2. As promised, the numbers on Justice Ramirez this season: 1 win against 1 defeat across 2 starts, a whip of 1.78, an ERA of an even 8 runs. In 9 innings pitched, he's allowed 12 hits, 9 runs, 8 of those earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 11. Opposing batters hitting at .308 against him. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tyler Martinez. Ramirez takes a look over his shoulder towards first and delivers outside. And the count is now full. Much like we saw last year in the matchups between these two teams, the volume level in the dugouts very high.
It's very amplified here as well because nobody is down here on the field level to watch the games.
And Martinez is able to draw the walk. Good at bat from the first-year Dolphin. And CSI now has 2 on and 1 out for Anthony Cetera. Cetera comes in 1 for 11 on the season. He takes on the outside corner for a called strike 1. And the 0-1 misses inside. Ramirez, a very quick worker out on the mound. Paid some attention to Martin during the Martinez at bat. Now, much less likely is the threat of a stolen base. And that misses down and away. Cetera in the driver's seat here. He's ahead 2-1. And the 2-1 is fouled away. Good cut there by Cetera.
That foul ball took by the wind, landed in Empire outlets.
See if we can spot some souvenirs on our way back to the garage later.
You might have to make another stop at the Nike store.
I don't think that will be necessary. I'm all packed and ready to go for Florida on Sunday night.
Are you ready to go to Buffalo tomorrow?
I would love to, as that's fouled away once again. So for those who will be looking to tune in tomorrow, of course, don't forget, we have one more game coming up today as well. This is the first of a pair. And from the looks of things, it appears as if we're in for a very long day.
Oh, yes. We are less than 2 innings complete so far, 48 minutes in. I think the pitch clock would work great at the NCAA level.
I can't argue with you right now as much as I hate it in general. And once again, Cetera fights that one off foul. But for those looking for CSI baseball, this is game 1 of 2.
We're only playing 7 innings in doubleheader,
Yes.
by the way, for
Yes.
everyone tuning in.
Typically, game 2s get underway usually about 30 to 45 minutes following game 1. I have a feeling they might speed it up today. That's just a hunch. I think they might speed it up. So game 2 coming up next. Tomorrow we're back on the air at about 11:45 once again as the Dolphins take on Caldwell University for 2 more. Then next week, CSI softball will be down at the spring games. Day 1 in Claremont, Florida. Days 2, 3, and 4 in Leesburg, Florida. Those games will be streamed via our CSI Sportsnet YouTube channel, audio only.
Bringing it back, CSI
Yes.
Sports on YouTube. You had the chance to call some early March softball yesterday, which was shocking.
Well, I didn't call that game as Cetera lines went into center field for a base hit. Martin will come in to score the first Dolphins run. Martinez goes first to second, and Anthony Cetera delivers an RBI single. The Dolphins have cut the lead in half. Bloomfield leads 2-1.
Cetera with the big hit there. If you remember before, he had the throwing error, which led to the runners being on base to score. So a bit of evening out there, and the runner comes home to score. So there was no softball broadcast yesterday.
There was, but I was not on the call. It's funny you mention it because
Shocked.
I was seated behind the left field wall. It turned out that yesterday's doubleheader was a pair of CSI road games on their home field. So that was the situation yesterday. The games were staffed by Alliance University. I got to take in 2 games as a spectator for the first time since Wednesday when I was in UDC. But over at softball, I haven't been a spectator in probably 7 years.
Boy, oh boy.
It's been a long
The
time.
crew must have been upset they weren't able to work. To not know that was a road game.
Initially, it was in the schedule as a road game, or a pair of road games. I was then told they were going to become our home games. Then 24 hours before scheduled first pitch, road games again. So I took in the game from left field. As Nick Cipoletti lines one into left field. That's a base hit. Martinez will hold at third. Both runners move up a base, and Nick Cipoletti delivers a single to load the bases with Dolphins.
Sip, sip, hooray. The bases are loaded, and Jake Myers will come to the plate to tie or potentially give the Dolphins the lead.
That will bring up Jake Myers. Myers batting ninth in the Dolphins lineup today. Corners in slightly. Myers definitely a threat to bunt. I'm not sure he will here. And he fouls back the first pitch. Myers has good speed. Of course, he forms that dynamic middle infield combination with Nick Cipoletti, who just delivered that last base hit. And that's lined straight into the glove of the shortstop Ramirez, and all runners are forced to hold.
It's going to bring Castiglione up, and if there's anybody on this team you want up with the bases loaded right now, it's certainly Dominic Castiglione, off to a strong start this season with 8 hits, and 2 of those are extra base hits.
If there's one man the Dolphins would love to have up in this spot, it's Castiglione, and he takes a called strike 1 on the outside corner. Ramirez comes set, and Castiglione pops that one up a mile high. On the infield, and the catch is made to bring the bottom half of the second inning to a close. But the Dolphins get halfway back. The Bloomfield lead has been cut to 1 our score, 2-1, heading to the third.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back for the top half of the third inning. CSI with 3 base hits in the bottom half of inning number 2, have worked themselves to within a run. Our score now 2-1. Bloomfield over Staten Island at the start of inning number 3.
Second half of basketball about to get underway. And Joe, I think it's safe to say the basketball game will certainly be over well before this baseball game ends. So we'll give you updates. We'll let you know what the final score is, and we'll let you know the score after the third quarter. But they're about to get ready for the second half.
If baseball somehow ends before basketball, that would be incredible. Highly improbable.
I think, if I had to guess, this first baseball game will end at 3 p.m., maybe later.
I think that's a safe bet. Right now, I think the over-under would be set at around 245.
I'll take the over.
I'm with you. Top half of the third. First pitch from Esposito in for a called strike to Elvis Lopez.
We got Nino Engineer with us today. His first time doing a baseball game for us. He's used to, of course, doing a lot of softball, which is much quicker. He's done a lot of softball statting outside of CSI, hour and 20-minute time limit games. Another former umpire, so we got 2 umpires here today in the booth with you, Joe. So we'll be ready to go if there's any sort of rules thing we have to interpret.
We all know I'm very opinionated when it comes to the calls. Now I have 2 umpires up here to put me in my place, as that's on the inside corner for a called strike.
What annoys you more, Joe, when the umpire potentially blows a call or when your statistician totally messes up the stats?
Probably when the statistician messes up the stats, which I should add would never happen to Lewis. That could never happen.
Could be an E5.
An E5 DF?
There was one time you had to redo all the stats.
I did have to redo 3 innings one time. Now, let's put this into perspective. I was not in charge of stats at that time. I was doing it as a courtesy.
I think you should have just said, I don't know.
I should have said, I'm out, headed home.
Have a good night.
Well, that's my responsibility now. It was not last year, as that's fouled away. And my predecessor and our former colleague, Joe Masha, does have some home games coming up here as well for Wagner College.
All of Wagner's home games.
Yes.
Will be here.
Quite a few home games coming up for him in this facility. One and 2 pitch on its way from Esposito, and that's it on the ground slowly to third. And Satara can't make the play. What do you think, Nick?
Slow roller.
I think that's a tough play. I'd probably give him a hit.
I'd probably give it a hit.
I don't think that's a routine play. I'm going hit on that one, personally.
Now, if it was right at him,
yeah,
normal speed, it's there. But
I
it was
right.
a slow roller. He had to come in and charge on it. So we'll go with the hit.
That's 4th hit of the game for Bloomfield. And Tyree Bradley takes an off-balance cut at that pitch. Esposito checks over his shoulder toward first base, and he will throw over. Elvis Lopez 2 for 2 on stolen bases this year. He is going, and the throw from Castiglione is on target, but not in time. We'll get a second look at it.
Good call by the umpire. My viewpoint here, as Myers had to come across the bag to catch the ball on the shortstop side of the bag. And due to that, when he came back around the other way, it was a little too late, as Elvis Lopez, the catcher, slid in there safely.
Very tough to tell from this wide angle. We may have cut it just a bit too much. So we'll wind it back a bit and get a second look at it momentarily. As that pitch misses. Esposito comes set. And that's hit well out to center. But that's an easy play. Waiting for it was Castiglione. He makes the catch. And that will bring Angel Murray to the plate.
Angel Murray here looking to drive in a run. We've already seen Lopez can move after the stolen base.
Murray, without an official at bat in the game, walked his first time up, and he fouls back the first pitch he sees here. Esposito's pace has slowed just a bit here in this third inning. And the 0-1 is off the outside corner. The 1-1 catches the corner this time. And the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think the original plan going into this by Coach Morrow is probably let's get Esposito to go at least 6, hopefully all 7, as we saw so many times last year. Doubleheader, Esposito always pitched the first game. But with the injury, he's still limping here. I'm not sure how far he's going to be able to go in this game, but the bullpen is quiet right now.
There was action in the bullpen during the first inning. And it wasn't immediately after Esposito went down with the injury. Angelo DeFilippis was throwing for the Dolphins very briefly early in this game, but the bullpen is quiet now as that pitch misses high. Count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. You know Esposito would like to put up a 0 here in the third, after his team got him a run in the second. But he misses with that pitch, and the count is now full. First base is open. But Justin Sanchez on deck already has a hit against Esposito. That drove in a couple of runs back in the first. That's fouled straight back. Get some more baseballs behind home plate. As Murray digs into the batter's box, another payoff pitch upcoming. And the 3-2 is in at the knees for a called strike 3. Esposito didn't know how many outs there were. He was halfway off the field.
He and Castiglione were walking off the field there.
Not sure how they were confused. Scoreboard was correct. We had 2 outs.
You would think if any players on the field would know what's going on, it's got to be the pitcher and catcher.
Fortunately, nobody else left. With how hard Esposito's been forced to work, that may have played a role. He's thrown a lot of pitches.
Just a massive cargo ship floating by right now.
You'll see that in the wide shot. Very unique sights and sounds here alongside the Staten Island Ferry. Great view of the Manhattan skyline. Oh, 0-1 the count on Justin Sanchez, and he takes just low.
Pretty soon this spring, I think you're going to be spending a lot of time in Manhattan, Joe, as you'll be going to Knicks and Rangers playoff games every day of the week, at least for 1 round.
April's very tough. Once we reach May, I will certainly be there for every game, no question, as that's taken down and away.
Knicks only a game back of the 4 spot now, which would be an extra game ticket for you as a season ticket holder.
Love to see it. Potential first-round matchup between the Rangers and Devils as well. I like that very much.
Now the question is, do you go to the Prudential Center?
Depends whether or not the rest of the crew is going.
If the price is right.
The price of Prudential, I would guess, is going to be higher. It has been all season. But with the
I'm
acquisition
not
of Patrick
I'm not
Kane,
sure for a playoff game.
I don't know. We'll see.
I know Joe Calabrese is in.
I only have 2 seats. Everyone's going to want into those games, as that's chopped on the ground foul.
Coach Morrow might want in as well.
Well, Coach Morrow gets first dibs because he's taken a lot of his season tickets, or my season tickets, off of my hands this year. So he definitely gets a game each round. Hope to have 4 seats next year. That will make it a bit easier. I know Coach Morrow was there the other day against Ottawa.
Big letdown for the Rangers.
Just a bit, as that's fouled straight back.
Halfway through the third quarter at Damon, Dolphins ahead 39-34.
Not much scoring in the third. Dolphins lead the quarter.
3 points each in the quarter.
Yeah, they don't lead the quarter. 3 points each. I was trying to do the math quickly. Payoff pitch upcoming from Esposito, and that swung on and missed for strike 3. Esposito sets down Justin Sanchez on strikes to send us into the bottom half of the third inning. Dolphins still trail 2-1.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom half of the third inning about to get started from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Dolphins trail 2-1. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the College of Staten Island. Burkhead, Castiglione, Ulash. Dolphins got halfway back in the previous inning. Scored a run on 3 base hits. And that pitch is taken outside. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Burkhead 0 for 1 at the plate in the game. And that one's ripped foul.
I've seen a lot of foul balls going down the right field line. The wind's blowing that way. If you could hit one of those in play, you got a chance to do some damage down the right field line with the wind.
Burkhead, one of the few lefties, and that's it into shallow right. Could be trouble. But ranging back to make the catch is the second baseman, Murray. He grabs it on the run, and there's 1 away.
Murray showing an awful lot of range there going into right field to make the catch.
That will bring John Castiglione to the plate. Castiglione, a bit shaken up earlier, remained in the game. Appeared to get hit in the wrist with a baseball. May have been crossed up working alongside his battery mate, John Esposito, who it appears will come back into the game for a fourth inning of work. Still no action in the Dolphins' bullpen.
I feel like he has thrown a lot of pitches, but not sure how many.
Wasn't exactly sure what our space situation would be, what our internet situation would be, so I kept the iPad in the office. When we return to CSI, we'll make sure we have the iPad so I can score the games alongside our live stats.
I think there's got to be a way in live stats to turn on the pitch count, because if you click on it on Esposito, it says P for pitches, but it's just blanked out.
There's definitely a way to do it, and I believe it's done in the game reports section of the program. I have to find whatever button it is that needs to be clicked. There's definitely a way.
I think it would be automatic, because
it's not.
Because you're putting in the pitch, like the ball, strike, should tally over, but maybe not.
There's definitely a way to do it. In between games, we'll work on it. And Shendi Ulaj will come to the plate. Ulaj 0 for 1. Pitch misses outside. Command beginning to escape Ramirez just a bit here. Walked Castiglione, who he will check on over at first. There is action in the Bears' bullpen. We do have the binoculars, and we might need them.
I don't think you're going to say numbers. Looks like a sweatshirt's on.
There's someone throwing there. Just a matter of what number's on the front of that jersey. The Bloomfield numbers on their uniforms on the front, very high up. Thank you, Lewis. And we may have a pitching change coming up right here, as Ramirez fell behind 2-0 on Ulaj. Jason Frey's Rosario warming up.
Well, Joe, we got 1 minute left in the third quarter in the basketball game. So the third quarter of the basketball game will be completed before this inning is completed.
And the Dolphins have scored just 3 points in the third quarter. The score is 39-39. Damon leads the quarter 8-3. Make it 8-5.
Yeah, the ECC all-conference second-team player who was tremendous on Wednesday night, Jelius Alarcon, just slated in to give the Dolphins a 41-39 lead.
The Wildcats immediately come down and tie the score.
How about this, Joe? We're doing play-by-play of 2 games at once. We are incredible.
I can't argue with that. This is our first time in a new facility, also our first baseball game of the season, so a lot to work out, but I think minus a bit of a scramble coming into the open. And
I don't recall us ever doing a baseball game while a basketball game was going on, because usually at this time of the year, the baseball games are rained out.
That's right.
We've never had multiple seasons going on at once like this.
That's it on the ground to short. Chance for 2, and the Bears easily turn the 6-4-3 double play. Ulaj hits into the double play to bring the third inning to a close. The Dolphins still trail it 2-1 heading to the fourth.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back with the start of the fourth inning from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Dolphins trailing the Bears 2-1. John Esposito still in the game for CSI. And he skips in the first pitch of the inning for ball one. Justin Rivera at the plate. He's 0 for 1. And Esposito's pitch misses inside. Esposito behind 2-0 here. And that misses off the inside corner for ball 3. So Esposito in danger of walking the leadoff batter. Bottom third of the order due up for the Bears here in the fourth inning. 7, 8, 9. And Esposito issues the 4-pitch walk.
We've seen a lot of at-bats here where Esposito has gotten to 3 balls or 2-2 counts. So a lot of pitches, and we got activity once again in the Dolphins bullpen.
I mentioned Angelo DeFilippis warming up earlier. Not sure if that's still him, and indeed it is. Number 15 warming up out there for the Dolphins. Malachi Jones, the batter. He's 1 for 1. And they'll check on the runner over at first. Jones singled in his first at-bat. He shows bunt here, and he offered at that pitch. That's strike 1.
Jones had a hit in his first at-bat.
Corner's creeping in, or at least Cetera is creeping in at third as Martin will hold the runner on at first. And once again, they check on Rivera. Count remains 0-1, and that's a half swing. And Jones went around, so he's quickly in a 2-strike hole, and that's not the start he was hoping for in this at-bat. Here comes Esposito's 0-2 pitch. Long look in. And that's hit softly on the ground. Handled by Cipolletti. He steps on second and throws over to first for the double play.
As easy as it gets, Cipolletti goes to pick up the ball right at the bag, makes a step on the bag, throws over to first, and just like that, there's 2 outs. Nice double play there.
Two gone now in the road 4th inning. And the number 9 hitter, Luis Garcia, will be the batter. That's fouled straight back. Garcia 0 for 1 at the plate. Esposito with a chance here for a quick inning, and he's now 1 pitch away. Esposito already has 5 strikeouts. Chance for number 6. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's chopped foul.
So what I noticed is that the turf definitely slows the ball down. It's not one of those turfs like the old school turfs where it was like rock hard and it would speed everything up.
I think we saw that when the ball was hit toward third and Cetera tried to make that charging play. I think that was a really good example of that. As that's hit in the air on the infield. Another chance for the CSI infield, and it's dropped. And they have a play at second, and the runner is tagged out. Not a smart play there by Garcia. He was gifted first base.
Who made that put out? The right fielder?
That's a great question.
Somebody came from the outfield, I think.
If it was 11, that was Cetera. So Cetera may have come over from third.
Well, I didn't quite cut the number. I always saw 2 outfielders there. Somebody ran in, but nonetheless, the Dolphins get away with it there. I don't know why Cipolleti was coming across the whole field to catch that. It's so tough for him with all the wind that's blowing towards the right. But nevertheless, Dolphins get the out.
Bottom half of the 4th coming up after this short break. Dolphins trail 2-1.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom half of the 4th inning getting started. Dolphins still trail by a run. And Thomas Martin offers at the first pitch and hits it a mile high into right field. And that ball falls foul.
Tight down there, down the right field line. That ball goes into the stands.
When it landed, I thought it was fair. That was awfully close.
Martin
Fortunately,
circling second base there by the time it went foul.
Fortunately for the Bears, Sanchez didn't touch it. Oh, 0-1 the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. Meanwhile, in Amherst, New York, CSI women's basketball trailing by 6, 5.5 minutes to play in the East Coast Conference semifinals. Martin chops one on the infield, and the play is made. So he did not chop that ball. That was hit softly in the air. I thought that bounced. Martin is retired quickly for the first out, and Tyler Martinez will be the batter. He walked his first time up. Dolphins just hit a big 3 in that game against Damon. It's now a 1-possession game. 0-1 the count on Martinez. And that misses up and away. Justice Ramirez still in the game. There is action down in the Bears bullpen as Martinez swings and misses at that pitch for strike 2.
So do we think Esposito is done?
I don't think so. The inning didn't get off to a great start for him, but he was able to turn it around and ultimately made quick work of the Bears, thanks in large part to that double play. That's popped up. Another chance in right field. The Wind taking that one, and the catch is made this time. Sanchez with an adventure out there in this half inning. Anthony Sotero will be the batter.
Sotero with the RBI in his last at-bat.
Dolphins have 3 hits thus far. Officially, our live stats have the Bears with 5. That's fouled away. Sotero remains in a 2-strike hole. Bases empty, 2 outs here in the home 4th. And that's it on the ground toward the middle. It's handled over at short by Ramirez, and his throw is in time to retire Sotero for the final out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the 4th. Our score still 2-1 headed to the 5th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back for the top half of the 5th inning. Score still 2-1. No scoring since the bottom half of the 2nd, when the Dolphins cut the Bears' lead in half. First pitch of the inning is hit into right center field. That's down for an extra base hit.
Could be a home run if he hurries, but might have to settle for 3.
It's going to be a triple for Suriel Slater. And just like that, the Bears have a runner on third to lead off the 5th.
Well, I mentioned it in the first inning, Joe. The gaps here are huge. The ballpark plays very big, and you get it down, it's likely going to roll to the wall and split the outfielders. Good job of the Dolphins to get in time to hold them to just a triple, but Bloomfield is cooking here. Runner on third to start things off.
Dolphins will bring the infield in all around. Not conceding a run in this spot. And that is chopped toward the Dolphins' dugout by Luis Ramirez. He's 1 for 2 at the plate. With that last triple, Slater now 1 for 3. On deck is Elvis Lopez. He's 2 for 2. A lot of offense generated by the top third of this Bears lineup today. And once again, that's grounded foul. Big opportunity here for Esposito to pick up a strikeout. Gets ahead of Ramirez 0-2 on just 2 pitches. That's a good waste pitch there by Esposito. Nearly got Ramirez to offer at it. One and 2 the count. And Esposito's pitch in on the hands is hit out to left. That should be deep enough to score the run. Catch is made by Burkhead, and they have no chance to throw out the runner coming home. Slater scores the third Bears run, and Bloomfield is back ahead by 2.
Bloomfield now, Joe, they are making some really solid contact with the ball for the last 2 innings here. We'll see how much longer Esposito gets pushed here in the 5th.
After putting a runner on, Esposito got out of the 4th very quickly. I mentioned the double play helped him out quite a bit. He hits
foul ball,
the knob of the bat with that pitch. Lopez barely getting a piece of that one with the knob of his bat. That could have been far worse for him. If there's anyone that the Bears want to be able to swing the bat right now, it's Lopez. He already has a couple of base hits in this game. And we have a loose baseball that made its way to the backstop from down in the Dolphins bullpen.
Wow. Talk about a passed ball. I had to go really far past the catcher to get him to the backstop. Bullpen is beyond third base by probably 30 feet.
Comes the 0-1. That's down and away.
Bloomfield bench, dugout, very full of energy. You could hear them with every pitch, very invested.
That was the case last year as well, and I mentioned it. These two teams went back and forth a bit, jawing at one another during last year's doubleheader. If I recall, at the end of Game 2, one of the Bears was doing backflips in right field. I distinctly remember that call when Game 2 ended. Standing backflips by the Bears. As that's hit on the ground to second. Myers has it, and he throws out Lopez for the second out.
Good job there by Myers to move over to his left, scoop it, and throw it over for the out.
That will bring Tyree Bradley to the plate. Bradley, one of 4 Bears without a hit in the game. He's 0 for 2. As for women's basketball, they trail by 11 with just over a minute to go at Damon. Dolphins led by 5 at halftime, have scored just 15 points in the second half. And it appears that, barring a miraculous come-from-behind win, CSI's season will come to an end today. Dolphins played their best basketball late in this season, carried it into the first round of the ECC tournament, knocked off UDC on the road in a 5 versus 4 seed matchup, and put a scare into the Wildcats today. The women graduate just one player, Gia Esposito, this year, so much of this roster should remain intact for next year.
Esposito, though, a huge loss offensively.
No question. As that pitch catches the outside corner. Before that called strike, Esposito was behind 3-0.
Two senior Espositos in Dolphin sports here.
And that's swung on and missed by Bradley for strike 2. So Esposito once again works his way back into an at-bat after falling behind 3-0. And the payoff pitch is down and away for ball 4.
John Esposito did work one basketball game for us as a secondary cameraman.
We'd love to have a hero camera each and every game. Staffing constraints do not allow it. If we really wanted to get creative, we could put a second camera in this room and use that as the hero camera, but that still requires an extra body. That just isn't a possibility right now, as that pitch misses down low for ball 1 to Angel Murray.
Be careful what you wish for, Joe, because you might end up with a pixel lock camera down the road for baseball or basketball.
I'm not a fan, and they are now an official partner of Sidearm. And the reason I'm not a fan isn't because the camera isn't efficient. It's watching a game solely through that camera just doesn't work for me. I can't watch the game through one camera angle that is distorted to account for the position of the camera in the middle of the action. You can see at center ice of our hockey games that we cover for the Rockets, the camera gets a bit distorted at times, and I just don't like the look of it. I feel like you need to have a second camera for all broadcasts, any sport. Hero camera would be great, but that requires personnel we don't have right now.
Well, when you're in Orlando next week, you don't have to worry about any cameras. Audio only, old school.
Audio only. Those games will be streamed live with full video on Flow Sports Softball. The links are available to that video on our schedule page.
I would suggest going to Flow Sports, hitting mute, and turn on the audio on the CSI Sportsnet YouTube.
I'm not sure there's anything to mute, which is why we're there, as that's hitting the air out to right field. Martinez under it, and he makes the catch for the third out of the inning. So John Esposito works his way through 5, and I have a feeling that may be his last batter as the Dolphins trail 3-1, headed to the bottom half of the 5th.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back for the bottom half of the 5th. Dolphins have 9 outs to play with in this game, trailing by 2 runs, still time. But the Dolphin bats have been quiet since the 2nd inning. All 3 CSI hits coming in inning number 2. Nick Cipoletti offers at the first pitch and skies one out to center. This time it's a Bear losing his footing. I believe that was the shortstop Ramirez, and catch is made by Slater in center.
Everything, once it hits the air, blows like crazy to the right. We've seen a lot of challenging catches or catch attempts here today.
Jake Myers will be the batter. He takes outside for ball one, and to your point, it appears the fielders are having an easier time as the game goes, getting a bit more accustomed to the wind pattern and how they have to follow the trajectory of the ball on the way down. That being said, if you take a look toward right field, the wind has certainly picked up since we started.
Yeah, I know. I could feel it in here. I know Stephanie, who was doing the scoreboard for us, could feel it. And Nino has his hood on, so you know he's cold too.
I think the wind blowing left to right is sending the cold air to the right side of our room. I don't really feel it that much, but I'm seated a bit higher than Nino. I'm on a stool, he's on an office chair, Stephanie's on an office chair, and you're in the left corner, so I think you're pretty safe from the cool air coming through the crack in the window. That's it out to right. The catch is made by Sanchez. Well, I had 2 gloves when we got here. I don't have 2 gloves anymore.
Maybe you dropped one when you were adjusting the camera between innings.
It's got to be around here somewhere.
I know you, Lewis, and Nick had quite an adventure getting the equipment up here.
I think it was Nick and Lewis who went on the adventure. I walked right up the stairs.
Well, you had no problem, but the equipment had the problem getting up the stairs.
I was waiting for it for quite some time. I'm sure we can leave it here overnight.
I would hope so.
Yeah, we'll lock everything in the crate. I'm sure we could leave the setup out.
I would think so, as long as these windows lock and the door locks.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine.
You know the stadium will be locked, but...
We'll take the computers. Everything else stays.
Good call.
That pitch catches the zone.
And if anyone was concerned after last baseball-softball season about our cracked Mac, not the case anymore.
The Mac is back as Castiglione lines one through the middle for a base hit. And Dom is on for the first time.
The return of the Mac and the return of the offense for the Dolphins, as that single there gets the Dolphins back on base after quite some time.
First CSI hit since way back in the second inning now. Nino, that line on the screen, that's the wire supporting the netting. Nino thought we had a mark on our screen. I think it's the way the light is catching that wire. I didn't notice that earlier.
Well, Nino's all over it. This guy's no nonsense.
No nonsense, but he was scratching at the screen on the Mac with his bare finger. He's moisturized. It's okay, he says.
I don't know. I think I have to get Nino a headset for the second game.
We do have one. We do have a third headset. Tying run at the plate for the Dolphins here. Pinch hitter as Anthony Vigliotti comes to the plate.
Now, I would expect, Joe, we're going to see a lot of substitutions as far as the second game starting lineup is concerned.
I think you're right.
Got to give everybody the chance to play in this very nice stadium.
We did attempt to get headshots up on the scoreboard for our lineup. However, our headshots, the original files, were very large, so we cropped them down to the size we needed for our website, and then the original files were deleted. As Vigliotti took a big cut there, and he came up empty for strike 2. Now, we had the headshots in the correct file type, but we did not have them in the correct orientation. They needed 16 by 9. As Vigliotti fights that one off foul and stays alive.
We got a massive cargo ship coming through the camera right now. We have to get Nina to cut over to that just real quick so you can see them. I mean, this is just huge. What the heck could be on that cargo ship?
A sight like this is one I'm definitely not used to. I haven't been in this ballpark in a very long time.
You used to live here. You used to be here all the time. In fact, you're wearing a jacket right now with a former tenant of this ballpark.
Now, This jacket, if I'm not mistaken, is from the College of Staten Island era. That's why
that was the best
purchased
there.
it.
I used to go to the games at the
Yes.
College of Staten Island. They give away free full-size bats when you're walking in. I mean, those are the days, Joe.
Good times. That was many, many years ago. And Vigliotti continues to battle. He stays alive. So a brief history of this stadium and its former tenants. You can correct me at the part where I no longer attended games here, Nick, but I attended games at the College of Staten Island all the way back in the late 1990s when Staten Island Yankees played there.
Yep.
They played in the CSI baseball complex, the same baseball complex that exists to this day. I believe it was in 99 that they moved here, and this ballpark at that time was called the Richmond County Bank Ballpark at St. George. I'm not sure how many name changes, if any, it had.
I think it was always the Richmond County Savings Bank Ballpark.
Okay. They still have the Richmond County Savings Bank sign up on the scoreboard.
Either they're just paying for signage, which is very possible, or it was too hard to dismantle that without having to get a whole new scoreboard.
Quite the battle here brewing between Ramirez and Vigliotti as Vigliotti fouls off another one, but Staten Island Yankees were here for quite a long time as part of the New York Penn League.
Yep, single A.
I'm not sure if they ever changed affiliations, but they were always the minor league affiliate of the Yankees.
Correct.
Obviously, as the Staten Island Yankees, but I meant affiliation in terms of what league they played in. I was always attending games here when they were in the New York Penn League.
That was the only league they were in.
Okay.
So, correct.
If I'm not mistaken, they won a championship in 2003. Might have been 2002. It was certainly one of those two seasons. And I attended quite a few games during that year, was in attendance for the championship win.
I believe in 2001, they and the Cyclones were co-champions.
I do recall that. I also recall a massive brawl between those two teams. When that happened, I was seated in the first row alongside the on-deck circle as Vigliotti lines went into center field. Castiglione was running, but he's forced to hold at second. A strong throw from center by Slater.
Castiglione was hoping to go to first or third there, but thought better of it and stopped at second.
That was a great at-bat by Vigliotti as the Dolphins will send a pinch runner into the game. And Christopher Riley will be the pinch runner for CSI. Riley already has a stolen base on the year, but Castiglione stands ahead of him over at second. John Castiglione will be the batter, with the tying runs on base, 2 outs here in the home half of the 5th. That's fouled back. If Castiglione can keep the inning going, Shendi Ulaj stands in the on-deck circle. Comes the 0-1. And that's it on the ground to short, and that gets through! An error on the infield, perhaps a second error in left, as Riley slides into third. Castiglione advances to second on the throw, and the Dolphins now trail by 1. Our score is 3-2.
I think you definitely need to give an error to the left fielder there for allowing Castiglione to get to second, but excellent job of heading by him there, and the runner comes across. Dolphins now back down by 1, 3-2 here. The Ulaj coming to the plate. I think we're going to maybe have a pitching change here.
The go-ahead run is now in scoring position, and following a huge error by the shortstop on that play, Ramirez attempting to backhand the ball, booted it. It got right by him into left. That allowed the run to score. I would credit a second error in left field, as that allowed the runner to go first to third, and then on that throw, Castiglione advanced. So we'll get that one scored, and when we come back, the Dolphins trail 3-2 with a chance to take the lead, and Shendi Ulaj coming to the plate.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park, where the Dolphins are threatening here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. The inning got off to a slow start. Quickly, 2 outs up on the board for the Dolphins, but they have since rallied, helped in large part by a huge error over at shortstop by Luis Ramirez. He tried to backhand that ball off the bat of John Castiglione, and it got right past him and into left field. That first error was then compounded by a second error in left, which has prompted a change out in left field. So Nick Johns comes into the game, or I should say, once again, we have names cut off. That is indeed Nick Johns. I thought perhaps it was Johnson, but Nick Johns is the left fielder. As that sky fouled down the right field line by Shendi Ulaj. Ulaj 0 for 2 at the plate. Coming up in a huge spot here. Riley, the runner, over at third. Castiglione remains in at second. Thomas Martin, another very dangerous hitter, is on deck. Dolphins with a huge opportunity here to perhaps make John Esposito a winner.
Yeah, he pitched 5, so could be the case.
Now, does that rule change in a 7-inning game?
I don't think so. If I'm going just based off of watching the Little League World Series, when they
have to go 5 there,
they got to go 5 in a 6, yeah.
We will have a chance to cover some Little League World Series qualifying baseball on Staten Island later this summer as we partner with Great Kills Little League and South Shore Little League. They will be hosting some Little League World Series qualifying games later this summer. Nick and I will be on the call for some of those games. Those broadcast live on the PDF Sports Network.
Some of those kids, they might perhaps be on Nino's IS-75 baseball team that he coaches.
Perhaps some future Dolphins in that bunch as well.
Well, if Nino starts wearing some Dolphins hats or something to coach the team, you never know.
Plant the seed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count on Ulaj, and that's line foul. Shendi stays alive. Huge at-bat in this game, as the Dolphins may not get the top of their order up again should they fail to score in this spot. Comes another 1 and 2. And that's it out to right field, falling fast, but it is caught on the run. Sanchez makes the catch, and that will do it for the bottom half of the fifth. The Dolphins threaten for additional runs. They do not score more than just 1. That run will be unearned as it comes home on the error over it short by Ramirez. Our score headed to the 6th. Bloomfield 3, Staten Island 2.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Nice one.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. The Dolphins are right back to within a run. Bloomfield scored twice in the first. The Dolphins answered with 1 run in the second. The Bears added another run in the 5th. And the Dolphins responded with a run of their own in the bottom half of the previous inning. Bloomfield over Staten Island 3-2 at the start of inning number 6. Justin Sanchez, the batter. He made the last putout in right field during the previous half inning. Ulaj hit that ball well. Unfortunately, hit it right at Sanchez. And that's a big swing and a miss there by Sanchez. He's behind 0-2. Dolphins made some changes in between innings as well. Alex Martinez, the new pitcher, he's yet to allow a run this season. 4 scoreless innings.
Martinez has been great early on here. And looking to continue putting up those zeros here this afternoon.
For Martinez, 2 appearances. He has a save. In 4 innings, he's allowed just 1 hit, walked 1, and struck out 6. Here's a chance for Cipolletti. And he records the putout of Justin Sanchez for the first out in the 6th.
Low throw, but Martin able to scoop that one up with ease.
Good work by Martin over at first. And there's 1 away in the top half of inning number 6.
Now, if we hear walk-up music tomorrow, Joe, do we think that Thomas Martin has changed his iconic walk-up music?
It's a good question. Now, I'm not sure we'll get the walk-up music for tomorrow. We had the drive with those files on it ready pregame, but were unable to import them into the Ferry Hawks public address system. We'll see how things play out tomorrow, but we'll certainly have them for our first home game. Justin Rivera, the batter. Count even on him at 1 ball and 1 strike. He's 0 for 1 in the game, has walked and struck out, and now has his first base hit. Make it 1 for 2 for Rivera. And Nick Johns will get an at-bat.
John's a defensive replacement coming to the plate now.
Speaking of defensive replacements, Christopher Riley stays in the game for Brian Burkhead out in left field. Riley's
dancing out there trying to get some juice in the legs. It's probably very cold from sitting on the bench so far this game.
Riley pinch ran for Vigliotti. Vigliotti pinch hit for Burkhead.
Well, Joe, last year we saw so many bunt attempts, and this is the first time today we're seeing a potential bunt, and this is a good situation for a bunt. Other times we've seen bunt situations that really weren't situations to bunt in, and it drove us crazy.
Well, if I'm being completely transparent, generally speaking, I don't like the bunt ever, so I'm very hard on decisions to bunt. I think the only drawback of a bunt here, unless you're bunting for a hit, is that you have your number 9 hitter on deck, and that would set you up with 2 outs in the inning and your 9th place hitter coming up.
Right.
I think if this was the 9 hitter,
you shouldn't bunt with 1 out.
If this was the 9 hitter, I could see it.
Right.
But once again, to be completely transparent, we don't have very detailed numbers on the season. I should say we have a very small sample size. We have all the stats.
And all these games are played out of the Northeast. I'm not sure where Bloomfield opened up their season, but it was certainly down south somewhere.
On deck is Luis Garcia. He has 14 at-bats on the season, 3 base hits. That's a .214 average. Has an on-base percentage up around 400. Garcia has been hit by 3 pitches and walked once. As that is in for a strike, and Johns had already taken a step over toward first base. Three and 1 the count. Runner going. And that misses for ball 4. Martinez in some trouble here.
How would you feel about the bunt now, Joe? You have to have so much confidence in your leadoff hitter.
I would hate it. You have 2 chances to pick up an RBI hit. I don't think you sacrifice that for a chance at 1 extra run.
Satera at third keeps creeping in.
We're going to have a pinch runner here as well.
Number 0.
That's Jason Villafane. Villafane will be the pinch runner over at second.
Right now we got the fast ferry coming in, docking in, and I know Nino took that the other day for the first time. Was a big fan of it. Thought it was very clean and quick. Got into Midtown in 30 minutes, he said.
How new is that?
I would say it's maybe a year old max.
Wow.
Got to pay, though. The other ferry over here is free.
Well worth it. Cleaner and faster, $4. Well worth it. I haven't taken the ferry to Manhattan in probably 8 years.
Why would you want to?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't. Spoiler alert. You certainly wouldn't. The last time I was on the ferry, it's a story I've told many times here on the air, but it was when the Mets lost the 2015 World Series in Game 5. I was on the party boat back from Manhattan to Staten Island, along with the sailors who were in for Fleet Week.
Oh, boy.
And they were having a party complete with alcoholic beverages on the ferry. Lined up wherever they had space, they were having a grand old time on the boat. And I, at the time, a Mets fan, was lamenting the fact that the team had just lost the World Series.
And then you got to experience the pain all over again.
Yes.
This spring, because you're a Phillies fan now, and you got to see them lose as well.
Fortunately, that wasn't in person, but I did see them lose a game in person. Very good game, but it was a loss nonetheless. Once again, Martinez behind in the count, this time 2-0 against Luis Garcia. 2 on, 1 out for the Bears, and that's chopped foul.
Big spot here for both teams. Pivotal moment in the game. Whichever way this breaks could be the difference moving forward with only another inning to play, inning and a half to play.
No question about that. Here comes the 2-1, And that misses up and in for ball 3. And I said it before, if the Bears were able to retire Ulaj to end the previous half inning, which they did, the Dolphins might not get their big bats to the plate again. You have Martin leading off the next inning, but Ulaj may not hit again. John Castiglione might not hit again.
Well, Joe, I think if we, as this batter's walked here, if we see anybody get on for the Dolphins, I'm going to assume Kalika is going to pinch hit. If anybody's in base, as Marquise Pickering just joins us in here and then the booth.
Welcome back, Marquise. My roommate in D.C.
Marquise, how was it rooming with Joe Foreman?
Pretty dope. Great experience being my guy.
Nobody can hear him.
Dope. It was a dope experience.
It was dope. I'll take it. No dope
that
involved,
you
I
guys
promise.
drove down on your own?
Yes, we did.
Oh, so how was the experience driving with Joe Foreman?
I wasn't watching any NFL Red Zone, so it was smooth. As that pitch is off the outside corner. That evens up the count at 1-1 on Suriel Slater.
Marquise, how cold is it down on the field level?
Like 10 degrees out there.
10 degrees on the field, Marquise says.
If you can't hear him, the abbreviated answer was very. As that's it out to shallow right. Martinez settles underneath it, makes the catch. And the throw is over the head of the cutoff man and stopped behind the plate by Castiglione. A run comes in to score, and once again, the Bears are ahead by 2.
Huge run there. And another thing to point out there, Joe, is you have to hit the cutoff man there because now you have another runner in scoring position much closer as the runner advances to third base on that throw. So a little blooper here could score another run, and that could be the end if Bloomfield goes ahead by 3.
I think the runner was headed to third anyway. It was the runner at first they had to worry about. And fortunately, it was a very strong throw. So the fact that it missed the cutoff man didn't cost the Dolphins an additional runner in scoring position. So once again, the Dolphins score and the Bears get the run back. Luis Ramirez now has a chance to atone for that error. That brought home the Dolphins' run in the 5th. And that catches the inside corner for strike 1. Ramirez officially 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. Has a sacrifice fly as well, and the runner was going on that pitch. With that ball down in the dirt, he easily advances to second. The runner on second is Kevin Sanchez. He moves into scoring position as Cipoletti makes an incredible catch. That saved 2 runs as Cipoletti leaves his feet and makes that grab on the backhand to bring the top half of the 6th to a close. The Dolphins now trail by 2 once again. Our score 4-2 headed into the home 6th.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Thomas Martin will lead things off for the Dolphins in the home sixth as he swings and misses for strike one. Martin 1 for 2 in the game, and he takes outside.
Definitely need Martin to get on base here because you're going to be going down the lineup here, and it's going to be a lot more guys who are probably singles type of hitters. So if Martin can get a double here, get things started. But you're down 2 now, so don't be overly aggressive on the base paths. You don't want to run yourself out of the inning.
Good news for the Dolphins is that Dominic Castiglione is assured at least one more at bat. And if the Dolphins can get a couple of base runners, John Castiglione and Shendi Ulaj should each get one more at bat. The Dolphins would have to get some base runners to make that happen. Castiglione and Ulaj are a combined 0 for 5 in the 3 and 4 spots. No Dolphin has multiple hits yet. Two balls and 2 strikes to count. That's taken down and away. So, I mentioned before, the new pitcher who was warming up down in the bullpen was Jason Fraze-Rosario. As Martin fouls off another one. Get you his numbers on the season in just a moment. Fraze-Rosario has appeared in just one game, pitched 1 inning, and did not allow a run. The only Bears pitcher who has worked this year that has not allowed a run. And he walks Martin. So another good at bat for the Dolphins in this game. We saw that earlier from Vigliotti. He battled, eventually got on, and this time Martin draws a walk.
All right, it's going to bring up T-Mart. Tyler Martinez to the plate here. He had a walk earlier.
So we have T-Mart Thomas Martin, followed by T-Mart Tyler Martinez.
Yep, the T-Marts.
So who assumes the moniker?
I'm going to go with Martinez. Because Martin's been here longer. You know, he's Mr. G6.
We're going down that path again, are we?
That's his walk-up music.
We'll see. I have to check out the MP3s. It might not be anymore. And I think after our call last year, he might have changed it.
I would say we should just play it for him anyway tomorrow.
We can play it through the broadcast as he comes to the plate, even if they don't play it here over public address.
There was all the rage in the offseason chatter between you and some baseball players.
We had a lot of fun during that broadcast. That was the same broadcast as when we discussed the Rocky Mountain oysters. We didn't know what they were. Had to be informed.
Thomas Martin G6 dates back 2 seasons now. But he brought it back with the Rocky Mountain oyster broadcast last year.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't call it the Rocky Mountain oyster broadcast.
Yeah, things definitely.
It was a good broadcast, we promise.
Yeah, things got a little testy there at the end, but they were fine.
Dolphins won that game. Took on Bridgeport that afternoon. And Martinez lines that one foul.
I wonder if we're going to see any foul balls to left field. I mean, every single foul ball is being hammered to right.
A lot of right-handed bats.
Even the lefties are pulling it then to right. I mean, it's just the wind is crazy here. Or
between the two teams, how many lefties have we seen? Burkhead for sure. I don't believe the Dolphins have had any more left-handed batters. I'm not sure the Bears have had any.
I do remember seeing a left-handed foul ball, so I guess there must have been Burkhead.
Count still full on Martinez, as once again the Dolphins forcing Fraze-Rosario to work hard.
Got a little delay here. Might be an issue with the baseball. This one might be scuffed up, and umpire's going to get a whole new handful of baseballs. Now, I gotta say, the home plate umpire, his hands, they look frozen, they're beet red, he's got no feeling. I don't know how he's doing the indicator in his left hand. always a challenge for me, myself as well, in the cold weather to do the indicator.
Sheer willpower as Martinez fouls back another one. Dolphins not giving away any outs at the plate. They have battled, especially these last couple of innings. Still nobody out here in the home sixth.
Cetera on deck, who has an RBI. Followed by Cipolleti, who we know has some power.
And that misses high for ball 4. Not sure if I mentioned it, but Joe Salito was the pinch runner over at first base. He was going on that pitch, takes second on the walk, and that might be all for Frace Rosario here.
Someone in the bullpen's waving their arms like crazy. Not sure if they're necessarily ready to come in, though.
Now, is he even able to come out of the game right now? I'm not sure if the 3-batter rule has been adopted at the collegiate level.
He came in last inning.
Did he?
Yes.
Okay. Clearly, I haven't been paying close enough attention.
I could check, but I'm pretty sure he did. Maybe not. Well,
okay.
Oh, actually, he did. Yeah, it says third of an inning, so
he came in
this inning. He got the last out.
The last out.
Right.
The last out. He got the last out.
So he can come out. He's faced 3 batters now.
So when he came in, I left the room to adjust the scoring on that play in left field, and that's when he came in. That's how I missed it. So Anthony Cetera has been announced into the game. Frace Rosario has faced 3 batters, though I'm not sure that rule applies at the college level. Not yet.
I also think at the major league level, if the pitcher comes in mid-inning and he finishes the inning, he doesn't have to go back out there for the other batters as well.
Makes sense. As they throw behind the runner at second, the ball gets away into center field, and that will allow the runner to advance to third, and that's an ill-advised throw from center field. I'm not sure what Slater was thinking there. They had no play at third. Salito advances on the throwing error, and then on the throw to third, the runner over at first, Martinez, takes second base. That's a mistake you can't make if you're the Bears.
Salito there, I don't know if you saw it, Joe. He slid through the base, so adjusting to that turf slide.
We'll get a second look at it right now. Thanks to our engineer, No Nonsense Nino, Antonino Cruciata. Here's one more look at that play. You know, if Nino was coaching, he wouldn't be happy with that nonsense. As that's hit right back to the mound. And the throw to first is in time. You didn't miss anything as Cetera dribbled one right back to Frace Rosario, and he's thrown out.
Good job. Frace Rosario there, I thought that was play at third, but he went to first, but good job by him. So now an out here and Cipolleti up. Now, Nino, I coach him in softball, and he will self-admit, Joe, he is not the best when it comes to running the bases. He oftentimes gets picked off or overruns bases. Good hitter, but he does not know how to run the bases.
We'll have to reconsider his nickname then.
I'm fast, though. Yeah.
Nino gets his biking in. Fleet of foot. I can still move a bit for a big guy. 1-0 the count on Nick Cipolleti, and he looks at ball 2. Didn't get a chance to mention it before that ball was chopped back to the mound, but with that advancement on the throw by Martinez, the Dolphins once again have the tying run in scoring position. Had the go-ahead run in scoring position last inning. Big at bat here for Cipolleti, who looks at that pitch high for ball 3.
Well, Joe, worst case scenario here, though, you're going to have the top of the order in the last inning for the Dolphins.
As I said before, the Dolphins were hoping to get a couple of base runners, not only to have a chance in this game, but to get their big bats another opportunity. And Cipolleti takes 4 straight pitches and draws the walk.
All right, get out there, you. Hope Myers here doesn't hit into a double play. I'm going to assume we're going to see the corners in for a play at the plate. And I think we're going to have a pitching change.
We are certainly going to have a new pitcher here. And you mentioned the potential for a double play. Myers not an easy man to double up, so we'll see.
Looks like we're going to double switch as number 1 is going out to center field, Kevin Sanchez.
I'll go ahead next door to help Lewis and Nick with the changes. Nick Durst, you take over until play resumes. Our score in the bottom half of the 6th, Bloomfield 4, Staten Island 2. Dolphins have the bases loaded.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bases loaded, 1 out for the Dolphins here in the bottom half of the 6th. Jake Myers comes to the plate. Corners are in, and Myers looks at ball 1. Myers is 0 for 2 in this game.
Slater Suriel on the mound now.
We'll get you the numbers on Suriel Slater in just a moment. Realignment.
He was in center field. And
Yes.
He had a good game so far with a hit and RBI.
First appearance on the mound this year for Slater.
Slater Suriel taking the mound. Limited warm-ups.
And that's it on the ground toward the middle. Could be 2. Flip to second for 1. And the throw to first is in time to double up Myers. 6-4-3 double play, and the Dolphins are turned aside in the 6th. Our score remains Bloomfield 4 and Staten Island 2.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
back here at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park as we head to the last inning, the 7th inning here. Top of the 7th. Bloomfield ahead on the Dolphins 4-2. Pitcher for the Dolphins now is Martinez. And at the plate is Elvis Lopez for Bloomfield. The first pitch inside for a ball. So 4-2 here, 6 hits for both teams. Dolphins with 3 errors, and they find themselves down 4-2 after Myers hits the double play with the bases loaded. That ball is hit deep into right field by Lopez. Back at the track, at the wall, and making the catch for the Dolphins is the right fielder, Martinez. And Martinez there does a tremendous job to bail out Martinez on the mound. Makes the catch. One away. That ball had a chance for it to go over the fence there, but it does not happen. So great job by Martinez to track that one down. Now the first pitch is swung on and missed by Bradley. Bradley with a walk and a strikeout today. Martinez delivers the pitch, and that's behind Bradley. Bradley says he got hit. So Bradley's going to go out to first now after the hit by pitch. Angel Murray coming to the plate now with the runner on first base. So Martinez set to deliver the first pitch of this at-bat. Inside for a ball. Martinez. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled off. And it is now a 1-1 count. Joe Foreman has stepped off the broadcast to fix an issue with live status quo when it comes to baseball broadcasts. Martinez with the 1-1 pitch. Swung on again and fouled off. Solari down 1-2 in the count. Martinez in the stretch. To the plate. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Big strikeout there for Martinez. And it's 2 away now for Bloomfield. That's going to bring up the third baseman, number 9, Christian Cruz, to the plate. Cruz takes his time getting in the box. Martinez delivers the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? And he did. Strike 1. Home plate umpire asked for assistance from the field ump, and the field umpire said he went around for strike 1. So 1-1 here. To Cruz. That pitch is taken by Christian Cruz right down the middle for strike 2. So Martinez now 1 strike away from getting Dolphins back up, down 2 in the bottom of the 7th for their last licks in Game 1 of the doubleheader. The pitch. Check swing again. He did not go. So 1-2 now. The 1-2 pitch to Cruz. Taken inside for a ball. So 2-2 with 2 outs. Martinez's pitch to Cruz. Taken on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. And Martinez sends this game to the bottom of the 7th. When we come back, it's last licks for the Dolphins as Bloomfield's ahead, 4-2.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
All right, last looks here for the Dolphins as we're back here. Slater Suriel on the mound still, and his first pitch is taken for a strike by Castiglione. The 0-1 pitch. Taken again, strike two. So Castiglione down 0-2 quickly here on the first two pitches. And swung on a miss, strike three. Dolphins now down to the last two outs as Castiglione goes down on 1, 2, 3 pitches. Bloomfield looking to close this one out here as Burkhead was out of the game before for pinch hitter Vig Leotti, and he was then replaced by Riley, and looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter now. Vincent Weidel pinch hitting now for the Dolphins. And first pitch to him, taken outside for ball one.
All right, Nick, I apologize. I had to step out, take care of a stats issue. I am back. The Dolphins are down to their final two outs, and Weigel lines one through the right side for a base hit. And that was awfully close at first base.
Let's get a replay if we can, because I thought he was out.
Right fielder incensed. That's Villafane out there and right.
So, Joe, did you fix everything with the stats? As we got a replay here. Tough to see, of course, but
we'll back it up just a bit, slow it down if we can get one more look in before this next at bat.
Castiglione to the plate now. 1 RBI already in this one.
I think he beat it. Not by much, but I think he beat it.
I haven't noticed all day, but I'm just not sure if the umpire was in the right position there. Because he was on the inside when he made that call. But actually, he was. He came in. It's just a run in. So I take that back.
Well, that brings the tying run to the plate. John Castiglione, the batter, was able to hold up on that first pitch. He's ahead 1-0. Castiglione 0 for 2 in the game. That misses up high. Now, Nick, we did check the Bloomfield website, and the Bloomfield website says that the pitcher is Suriel Slater. The official roster had it backwards. Slater Suriel. We're not sure which one is correct. The website had it one way. The roster had the other way. The stat crew and the website match, so that's what we're going with.
All right, so Suriel Slater.
Yes.
All right, so apologies if I said your name backwards. I was just going off your official roster for Bloomfield College Baseball.
Pitch misses up and in for ball 3. So now Castiglione in the driver's seat here. He's ahead 3-1.
So for people looking to watch the second game, just stick here on the same stream. The stream does not end. You'll stay right here. We don't know how long it's going to be, though. Could be quick. Could be 30 minutes. We don't know.
And that's hit up into the air, left center field. And the catch is made by the shortstop Ramirez. That was quite the adventure. Two gone.
The wind has been problematic all day.
The ball really hangs up in the air here for quite some time.
You
every
missed,
time.
Well, I don't know if you were looking closely, Joe, but when you were stepping into the stats, we almost had a home run.
I did see that.
Right to the wall. Martinez made the catch on the warning track. That was maybe 4 or 5 feet from clearing the wall.
Now, the wind is blowing left to right, but it is not blowing out to right field. It's blowing straight toward the foul pole.
Right, and that's where that ball was put out by Martinez.
That was some catch by Martinez.
So, Joe, you are the ACC for the College of Staten Island. Are the Martinez players related?
It's a great question. Marquise would probably know the answer to that. Marquise conducted the media day. I take the names and then put them in the website. I probably should have
Looking
that
at their
information.
pictures, I think maybe it's a possibility, but I don't know. We know the Castiglione brothers are brothers.
Yes, that I do know.
Now, is G. Esposito related to John Esposito? That's the other question you got to find out.
I think that last name's a bit more common. Martinez, though, very common as well. That's it out to right center. That ball carrying well toward the gap, and it falls on the warning track for an extra base hit. A run will score, and once again the Dolphins have the tying run in scoring position as the pinch runner comes around to score. I believe that was Michael Kehoe who came into the game as a pinch runner. That was Kehoe. He scores. And Shendi Ulaj has driven in a run with an RBI double. He now stands in scoring position representing the tying run. And Stephen Kalika will be the batter.
Well, Joe, that's why I'm calling Nostradamus. I said we're going to see Kalika as a pinch hitter if there's a runner in scoring position, and here it is.
And Kalika looks at ball 1. Well, Nick, the over-under was 245. We're at 239.
Yeah, well, we might be headed extra innings, so I'm gonna stick with the over right now.
And Kalika looks at a strike now.
And keep in mind, folks, we've only played 6.5 innings so far. We are 2 hours and 45 minutes into this game almost.
Kalika with another chance to tie this score for the Dolphins. CSI has had opportunities throughout this game. And if you recall, back a couple of years ago, home opener for the Dolphins, Kalika came to the plate in a big spot late against the University of Bridgeport. And he came through with a game-winning hit in extra innings. And Kalika swings and misses for strike 3 as the Dolphins come up 1 run short in the opener of today's non-conference doubleheader. Bloomfield holds on in the 7th inning as the Dolphins once again move the tying run into scoring position. Kalika strikes out and the CSI threat is exterminated. We are not sure how long it will be before the start of our second game, but you can stay right here on this stream for coverage of Game 2 as the Dolphins and Bears will play one more. Now, the two coaches just shook hands behind the plate. Sometimes that means no second game, though. I doubt that's the case. We'll see.
Really? Interesting.
We've seen that after games sometimes. Usually the handshakes are reserved for after Game 2, but we'll see. As we do expect to play one more. I haven't received any word that there won't be a Game 2. So until that happens, we will assume that there is indeed going
Well,
to be a
they're
second game.
having a team meeting now, so I'm not sure, Joe.
We'll find out momentarily. Nonetheless, the Dolphins drop our first game, perhaps our only game of the day, by a final score of 4-3, and we'll take one final look at the box score in this game for the Dolphins. Dominic Castiglione had a hit. He was 1 for 4. Shendi Ulaj 1 for 4. Anthony Sotero 1 for 3. Nick Cipoletti 1 for 2. On the other side, Elvis Lopez had a couple of hits. A lot of substitutions in this game for the Bears as well, but Lopez, the only Bear with multiple hits in this game. Justin Sanchez had a couple of RBIs as well. He drove in 2 back in the first inning to put the Bears ahead 2-0 as John Esposito is tagged with his second loss of the season. Esposito pitched far deeper into this game than perhaps we expected early on.
After the injury.
Yeah, he tweaked what appeared to be his ankle. Couldn't tell for sure exactly what the injury was, but it did not look good when it happened. Esposito soldiered on and pitched well in this game, but unfortunately for him, not well enough to pick up the victory as his team falls by a single run. In the game, the Dolphins finish with 8 base hits officially, and the Bears finish with 6. We'll double-check that with our live stats. And our live stats have 7 and 7, so we're all over the place. Nino on the screen with some nonsense has a hit tally of 6-5, but the official final hit tally, 7 hits per
Joe,
side.
I see it. It looks like a pizza or something, or donuts in the Dolphins dugout. I saw some Bloomfield players eating some sandwiches, so looks like they're going to stick around. So we'll have to stick around too, and I think we're going to have a game number 2.
Sure looks that way. Game 2 coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet. Until then, you will have the view of our field here. Of course, this is Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. You will have a view of the entire facility. No sound until we come back for the start of game number 2. Once again, our final in game 1, Bloomfield 4, Staten Island 3. Welcome back inside Staten Island University Hospital Community Park for Game 2 of today's NCAA Division II non-conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the Bloomfield College Bears. Once again, my name is Joe Foreman alongside my broadcast partner Nick Durst. And Nick, the Dolphins fell in a close game during Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Bloomfield took the win 4-3. The Dolphins threatened several times throughout the game, had the tying run on, the go-ahead run on, but ultimately the Dolphins fall one run short.
Offense just could not get it going consistently here. When a Feuting's there and he hits, you had Myers up with the bases loaded, rounded a double play, and then in the ninth inning, once again, the seventh inning, once again, the Dolphins just could not get it done offensively.
Dolphins fall 4-3 in Game 1. Each team had 7 hits in that game. The Dolphins in the bottom half of the 7th had the tying run on second base with 2 outs, and Stephen Kalika, a pinch hitter for Staten Island, struck out to bring the game to a close. Game 2 about to get underway. I will get you the starting lineup for both teams in this game. First, for the visiting Bloomfield College Bears. Leading off and playing center field is number 1, Kevin Sanchez. Batting second and playing second base is number 21, Angel Murray. Batting third is the designated hitter, number 15, Elvis Lopez. In the cleanup spot is the first baseman, number 44, Tyree Bradley. He is the Bears' captain. Batting fifth is the right fielder, number 32, Justin Sanchez, another captain on this Bears team. Assuming that this designation for C is captain, they have quite a few. They have, looks like, 7 captains on this Bears team. Batting sixth and playing third base is number 18, Justin Rivera. Batting seventh and playing left field is number 2, Nick Johns. Batting eighth and playing shortstop is number 20, Tristan Brandt. And batting ninth and catching is number 23, Luigi Luna. Starting lineup for the home team. College of Staten Island leading off the second baseman, number 3, Jake Myers. Batting second, the center fielder, number 21, Dominic Castiglione. Batting third, the designated hitter, number 24, Shendi Ulaj. In the cleanup spot is the right fielder, number 30, Tyler Martinez. Batting fifth is the third baseman, number 9, Vincent Weigel. Batting sixth is the first baseman, number 17, Anthony Iracy. Batting seventh is the shortstop, number 2, Nick Cipoletti. Batting eighth is the catcher, number 8, Michael Kehoe. And batting ninth is the left fielder, number 25, Christopher Riley. Our starting pitching matchup for this game on the mound for the Dolphins, Ryan Kehoe. We mentioned him at the top of the broadcast during our McDonald's pregame show for Game 1. Kehoe coming off of a shutout in his last outing down in Myrtle Beach against the Delphi. He will be opposed on the mound by Brian Guzman for the Bears. We will get a look at him in the bottom half of the first. First pitch of the game from Kehoe is over for a called strike 1, and we are underway in Game 2. Kevin Sanchez leading things off for the Bears, and he takes outside.
So, Joe, when you get a doubleheader like this, do you think that before the first game even starts, the coaches have their lineups for the second game locked in?
I wouldn't say locked in, but I would say that they certainly have an idea. I don't think they fill out the lineup card before Game 2, but I think they have an idea of who they'd like to get in the game. Perhaps if someone has a very strong Game 1 and they weren't in the lineup for Game 2, they get a chance.
Right. Now, do you think there's any scenario here this season where Kehoe does not catch Kehoe?
That's a good question, as you have the full Kehoe battery. They are indeed related.
Working out so far there, so well, with the strikeout on the first batter.
No doubt. One away in the top half of the first. That will bring Angel Murray to the plate.
So we know we have at least 2 sets of brothers on this Dolphins squad. You will look into if the Martinez players are related at all.
My guess is no, but I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. That pitch misses outside. And the count runs to 2-0. Murray was 0 for 3 at the plate in Game 1. Walked once, struck out twice. Ahead 2-0 here. Takes a half-hearted swing at that pitch. Comes the 2-1. That's outside. Murray ahead, 3 balls and 1 strike here. And the 3-1 pitch misses low for ball 4. One out walk issued by Kehoe. He walked 3 batters in 7 innings during his first start. Also struck out 5. "24 opposing batters come in hitting just .167 against him in his 7 innings of work. Elvis Lopez at the plate, looks at that pitch low for ball 1. Lopez was 2 for 4 with a run scored during game 1. And Kehoe will check on the runner at first, but Murray's back in standing. Long look in from Kehoe. Here comes the 1-0. That's off the corner for ball 2. Once again, Kehoe misses well outside for ball 3. And all of a sudden, the Dolphins starter is in danger of issuing a second consecutive walk. That catches the inside corner for a called strike. Once again, they'll check on the runner at first, and Murray got a bit further from the bag right there.
Bloomfield did a bit of running on the bases in the first game. 2 stolen bases, I believe.
There he goes, and that's ball 4. No throw from Kehoe, and wisely so, as Lopez draws another walk. Dolphins in game 1 were able to keep Tyree Bradley out of the hit column. He was officially 0 for 2, walked and struck out. That catches the outside corner for a called strike 1, but if you're Kehoe, and there's one batter that you don't want to face with men on base right now, it's Bradley. Bradley hits one high in the air. Foul territory. And the catch is made by Iracy in the Bears bullpen for the second out.
Nice job by him there to navigate the bullpen. Got to be careful there with home plates and the pitcher's mounds and the elevated hills, but he was able to catch that on some flat ground right in the middle of the bullpen.
2 away now in the road first inning.
How do you feel, Joe, about bullpens on the field?
I think if you have a choice, you'd prefer the bullpens aren't on the field. That's
Right.
just me.
Absolutely.
This is a ballpark where there isn't that much space to expand beyond the existing structure. The water is about, what do you think, 30 to 50 feet beyond the outfield wall? If that?
I think so.
As that's sent out to right field. And an easy play there for Martinez, who makes the catch for the third out of the inning. 2 walks issued by Ryan Kehoe. He strands both on base, and we head to the bottom half of the first inning with no score.
champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom half of the first inning about to get underway from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. No score between the Bears and the Dolphins. Taking the mound for the Bears is Brian Guzman, 6'5", 220-pound senior, getting the start in Game 2. Facing a Dolphins lineup that looks a lot different from Game 1, but first, we'll get you the numbers for Guzman on the season. He's appeared in 2 games, both starts. He's pitched to a record of 0-1. 7 2/3. He's allowed 16 hits, 12 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 9. 6 of the 16 hits he's allowed have gone for extra bases, and opposing batters are hitting at .444 against him. He comes in with a 14.09 ERA and a 2.87 WHIP. CSI lineup didn't have much success in Game 1 at the plate. Just 7 hits, 3 runs. They were helped along by a big Bears error in the field. Dolphins committed a couple of errors as well in that game, neither resulting in a run. And first pitch that Jake Meyer sees is line foul. Dolphins were hoping to get the benefit of that call. They did not. Appeared to be the right call. Myers hit out of the 9th-place spot in the Dolphins lineup during Game 1.
Saw that quite a bit last year, where he'd bounce between 1 and 9.
Myers didn't like that last call as he looks at strike 2, but Myers hit into a big double play in the 6th inning of that last game. I mentioned he'd be a tough man to double up, and he hit a tailor-made double play grounder right to the second base bag. Here he hits one to the right of second, and he's thrown out for the first out of the inning.
Stiglione going to come up. Led off last game. Now on the 2-hole here.
Castiglione in Game 1 was 1 for 4 with a run scored. He struck out once, left 3 on base in the game. And he takes up and in for ball 1. Comes the 1-0, and that catches the inside corner. One and one on its way. That skips in for ball 2. Guzman with 6 walks and 7 2/3 on the season. Behind 2-1 against Castiglione here. And once again, he skips that pitch in for ball 3. Castiglione in the driver's seat now, ahead 3-1. And that misses low for ball 4. So Guzman misses with 4 straight.
Same thing that Kehoe did in the top of the first. Got the first batter out and then walked next batter.
Shendi Ulaj, the batter. He takes inside. After a first pitch strike to Castiglione, Guzman has now missed with 5 in a row. And Nick, I did figure it out in between games. We have a live pitch count.
I'm saying it now. 9 pitches so far for Guzman. Make that 10.
The question is, does it update during the at-bat? I don't believe so. I believe it updates at the conclusion of each at-bat. So you have to keep that in mind. Ulaj now ahead 2-0. And Guzman will check on Castiglione. He skipped that one into the glove of Bradley. And Ulaj looks at a strike. Ulaj checking where that pitch was. Shendi was 1 for 4 in the first game. Had an RBI double in the 7th. And now the count's evened up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Comes the 2-2. And Ulaj may have been fooled by that one. That was a defensive cut there. That last pitch ran in on his hands.
Anything close, we got to protect, the old saying says.
And protect he did, because that pitch almost hit him. Here comes another 2-2 pitch. Runner going. That's it on the ground to short. Flip to second in time for 1. Throw to first takes Bradley off the bag.
Oh,
and there is no way that Bradley was on the base.
Nino's going to get a replay there.
That is incredible. There is no way that Bradley was on the base.
Coach Morrow not happy. Running out in the field. Wants to go talk to the umpire.
There aren't a lot of spectators here. They are incensed. We'll get one more look at it. Wind it back just a bit more. Slow it down a bit more as well.
Have to get Nino's thoughts. As
he's very close to the microphone with me. He'll be able to provide his input.
Umpiring in the field. What do you see, Joe, on the replay?
It's very hard to tell. I'm going to move it back a bit, but in real time, I thought there was no question he was off the base. And it looks like that replay temporarily froze us, but we're back. Let's get one more look.
I don't think he ever touched the base, the first baseman.
I agree with you, Nick. Nino, did you see that too? Nino thinks there's no question that he was off the base, and Nino is not going to put up with that nonsense.
Nope. Lewis just looks disgusted over there at the call. He's like, he was trying to find the perfect song to play over the PA system. He's motioning off the base.
Yeah. From here, I thought there was no question that Bradley came off the base. But not our call to make, and the man with the best view made the call. Now,
he might have been the second best view, because in that position, when you are coming from the B slot, you're inside, and I guess they overturned it. So I guess the umpires got back together and they corrected it, because I was going to say the guy with the best view was the home plate umpire, because he's straight down the line there. The fielding umpire was in the B slot, so he's inside. So he could have got it blocked a little on his view. Surprised they're overturning it, though, after everybody leaving the dugout. Bloomfield head coach Jack Winter is obviously frustrated with that.
And he should be frustrated because his team should not have had to leave the field. That being said, ultimately, you have to get the call right, and I think they're getting the call right now. So credit to the umpires for overturning the call. I'm not sure how close it actually was. From here, it did not look close.
Well, Joe, you're getting waved over to fix the stats because they ended the inning.
That's an easy fix.
Stephanie also needs some help on the scoreboard.
Oh, that's a good point. We can't do anything now.
We can't. We're going to just keep track manually here. Hopefully Lewis could fix what he needs to fix over there, the live stats.
All right, after this at bat, I'll go rescue them on the live stats if they need it.
So we got two outs after the force at second. T-Mark at the plate here.
It's a very easy fix. As that skips in, ball one. Well, now Stephanie has to hope the Dolphins don't score, because the scoreboard system that they use here at the ballpark does not allow you to go back after you've input a play.
That would drive you crazy, Joe, if you were in charge of that type of system for our Dolphins home games.
It wouldn't drive me crazy because I would refuse to use it. You cannot use a system that you can't go back and correct errors, because I'm the corrector of errors.
Even no nonsense, Nino thinks it's total nonsense.
And Nino knows best. Nino's not putting up with it. Smart man. Neither would I.
I mean, some would say somebody's got to do something here when it comes to
Some might say.
This scoreboard.
Tyler Martinez, the batter. Guzman out on the mound. Had to return from the dugout. And he takes a called strike.
Joe, I think he did a great job on the Photoshop of the CSI baseball logo that we have on the scoreboard here today.
Credit goes to the crew from the Ferry Hawks for that. I sent them a mock-up, and they already had one. So thank you to Nick from the Ferry Hawks. I'm not sure if he designed it, but job well done, as that's chopped foul. All right. I'm being told the situation next door is urgent. Nick, take it away.
All right. Once again, it's Nick Solo here. Lewis, our statistician to the room to our right, looks very flustered. I'll give you the Kelly play there as Joe Calabrese is not here. He's watching at home, but Joe Foreman saying, "Step aside, Lewis. Let me show you how it's done." But to the field, here we go. Here comes the pitch. The windup, the delivery. Inside for a ball. So the pitch here to Martinez. Well, pick off at first. That skips away, but no harm, no foul. Joe, is everything okay in there? It looked like things were getting a little rough.
Let's just say the situation was not urgent, and the expert was called, and the expert delivered the fix.
Nino would not stand for that nonsense, that's for sure.
I don't know. Nino looked a bit overwhelmed on basketball stats as that's hit over to third, and I believe that may have been caught on a line, but the throw is made to first anyway, and Martinez is retired to bring the first inning to a close. No score through one from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. No score through the first inning from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. And Nick, that was a very interesting conclusion to that bottom half of the first inning. The Dolphins thought they'd hit into a double play. Nobody else in the building thought they had, except for the infield umpire. The call was overturned after both teams had returned to the dugout, and no harm came from it for the Bears as they promptly recorded the third out.
Yeah, very adventurous inning for the umpires, the players on the field. You, of course, run over the stats crew, and we got it all sorted out, and now it's time for the second inning.
Lewis got his bio on the Sportsnet page on the website and got a bit cocky, thought he could handle it by himself. Still needed me next door. May have to reconsider. We'll shorten the bio a bit.
He's getting some help over there, too, by public address announcer Nick Pavona.
Nick and Lewis having a good laugh. Now, our setup here is a bit different from the College of Staten Island. At CSI, we are distinctly separate from public address, scoreboard, and stats. We have our own box. Sometimes we move outside of that box into the big open room.
I hope that's where we are this season, the big open room.
That's where I intend to have us. The only reason we would not be in there is if we have staff assembled and spectating. But either way, I hope to be in that room, and we'll see.
Lewis will be right next to us.
Perhaps. We'll have to see if he earns that space back.
I think he needs to answer for himself, so he definitely earned the spot.
We'll see. Meanwhile, we had one very quick out in the inning. Justin Rivera was retired as soon as we came back from break, and now Nick Johns is at the plate. Johns came on as a defensive replacement late in Game 1. Talk about an immediate change being made. We had an error out in left field during the first game, and immediately Johns was summoned from the bench.
Jack Winters not messing around. Wants to win both of these games.
Lou says, if I cut his bio short, he has proof of the original. He will not be slandered.
Well, here's the thing, Joe. I don't know if this is maybe impacting his train of thought, his head. This is the first day he's doing stats without his NFC hat on.
You're right, his thinking cap.
All right, the thinking cap's gone.
Yeah, without the thinking cap, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure why that hat was not in his bio photo.
He had a fresh cut. As that pitch is taken for strike 3, Johns held up, but it didn't matter, and there are 2 away.
Kehoe up to 24 pitches, but looking good so far.
2 gone here in the road second. Tristan Brandt will be the batter. Brandt did not play in Game 1. He fouls one the other way. There's your left-handed foul ball. Once again out of the stadium.
Bloomfield is fired up, Joe. They're going crazy on the bench.
The question is, are they addressing anyone in particular, or is it just the batter? They're trying to fire up their teammate?
I would think.
This bench was equally lively last season. Can't say I'm surprised. We mentioned it during the pregame show ahead of Game 1. Last year's doubleheader was the first time these two teams had met in over 20 years. Before that, their last matchup came in the year 2000. Back in the year 2000, I was attending games here.
Back 23 years ago, Joe.
It's hard to believe. I was a one-time bat boy for the Staten Island Yankees.
Really?
I was. Nino was fascinated by that.
We got to have Nino mic'd up.
We need to get Nino mic'd up, you're right. As that swung on and missed by Brandt for strike 3, and Ryan Kehoe has a 1-2-3 second inning. No score headed to the bottom half of the second from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park.
champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. And if you're watching over at CSIDolphins.com, you can now check out our Meet the Team section where we have brief bios of all of our CSI Sportsnet talent. One notable omission, today's engineer, Antonino Cruciata, but don't worry, Nick created a bio for him.
Everyone wants to know more about him. He's a mysterious guy, so let's hear what we have to say.
Everyone wanted this read on the air. Now, Nino, we hope you don't take this the wrong way. Nick wrote this especially for you. Here we go. After an unpaid training and no shifts in 2021, Antonino, known as Nino and not Antonio, started working at the end of spring 2022. He is known for no nonsense. And in February of 2023, prevented a fire by seeing something and saying something. Nino closed the door on a smoking spectator. When he's not at CSI, you can either find him skiing or driving Joe Calabrese around. That bio, courtesy of my broadcast partner, Nick Durst, written for our friend Antonino Cruciata, no-nonsense Nino, today's engineer.
What do you think, Nino?
You don't have to raise the heat anymore.
Nino loved it, and we hope you did too at home, but back to the action now.
That's the real me.
If he's not working, he's driving Joe Calabrese or skiing. That's really it.
Vincent Weigel is the batter to lead off for the Dolphins here in the second inning as the sun begins to shine. First time we've seen the sun all day. I think that bio lightened the mood a bit, and perhaps the skies followed suit.
I have to disagree. I mean, I can't disagree, rather. I mean, the sun definitely heard that glowing bio. I wanted to take a peek.
And as we say that, the shadows begin to creep in once again, and that's fouled away by Weigel. Weigel had a hit in Game 1.
Weigel came on late in the game. He's pinch hitter.
He's now 3 for 7 on the season. Make it 3 for 8 as he swings and misses at that pitch for strike 3.
Good pitch there by Guzman.
Anthony Iracy will be the batter. Iracy did not play in Game 1, but comes in 2 of 5 on the season. A couple of singles in his 5 at-bats, and he looks at strike 1. That's taken down in the dirt. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. That skipped about a foot short of home plate. When Guzman is missed, he is missed badly. Count 2-1 on the Dolphins' first baseman. Nets it out to shallow right. And battling the sun. Catch is made by Sanchez.
Sun's definitely peeking out now once again, making it a little more challenging out in right field.
That will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate. Cipoletti chops one to third. And he is thrown out for the final out in the bottom half of the second. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the home half of inning number 2. Still no score from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Third inning about to get started. No score between the Dolphins and the Bears. The Bears took game 1. Still awaiting our first hit in this game as well. No hits for either team. Few walks. Both starting pitchers have issued multiple walks in this game. A couple for Ryan Kehoe of the Dolphins. Kehoe takes the mound once again here for the third.
Dolphins, Joe, I think wearing, well, I think we both agree, their best uniform combination today.
Definitely a fan of the all-white. Now, you missed it yesterday. Softball has debuted all new uniforms for this season. So that fundraising that they were doing during basketball season.
Break out the black
coming
uniforms.
To good use. So the uniform you saw in our headline for the post-game wrap-up, that's the uniform they were wearing. Black uniform, believe blue border around white numbers, but we'll double-check that right now.
What do you think the Dolphins wear?
White border
wear
around blue
tomorrow
numbers.
Here, do they go with the blue? Do they break out the pink?
That's nice.
Nino likes the softball uniforms. I agree. I really like the new uniforms. Perhaps we'll get a look at some more uniform combos down in Florida.
Well, what day does the trip end? What day of the week are you guys back?
Right now, our scheduled return flight is on Saturday night.
Okay.
As that swung on and missed by Luigi Luna for strike 3, and Ryan Kehoe has his 4th strikeout.
Certainly would not want to be the supervisor working and doing all the laundry after a long trip.
It's a good point. Our friend and colleague Patrick Fleming is today's supervisor. See if perhaps he's tuning in.
Pat's back at supervising.
He is. 2 p.m. through 8 p.m. today.
Big, long shift.
Kevin Sanchez, the batter. Sanchez got into game 1 a bit late. Didn't have an official plate appearance. Came on as a pinch runner and then took over in center field. He's ahead 2-0 here. That's it well out to center field. Castiglione ranges back, settles underneath it, and makes the catch. 2 gone now in the road third. That will bring Angel Murray to the plate. Murray walked his first time up, as did the man on deck, Elvis Lopez. Both walks issued by Kehoe came back in the first inning. And that catches the outside corner for a called strike 1. Murray with a bit of an animated reaction to that call, jumping out of the box. Here comes the 0-1. He got tied up inside there. And he's quickly in a 2-strike hole. That pitch misses outside.
Well, we're in for a real treat here today and tomorrow as the lines are painted on, so easy to see. We don't have to worry about any divots in the grass or anything. When any major wet spots, it's really nice to be able to play on this superior turf field.
I think the best thing for us in regards to having a turf field is that we are not beholden to the weather for the entire month of March. Of course, if the weather is very bad, they may not play. That pitch just missed off the inside corner, but at CSI, if the weather is bad, we have a dirt infield over at softball, so we can't play if the weather was bad within about 24 hours of first pitch over there. And then at baseball, with the grass infield, dirt on the infield, and the grass outfield, there is certainly not going to be a game if the weather was bad there within at least a couple of days of first pitch. But Ryan Kehoe, meanwhile, has another strikeout. He continues to pile up the punch-outs. That last one was his 5th. And we head to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Still no score.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island. A top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom of the 3rd, getting underway. And Michael Kehoe will step into the box to lead things off for the Dolphins in the home half of inning number 3.
Michael looking to help his brother Ryan here in the run column as he steps to the plate. Ryan Kehoe, as you mentioned, going into break. Strong pitching so far.
And that is hit on a line straight into the glove of the third baseman. Nice snag there by Rivera. And there's quickly one away.
That's why they call it the hot corner. That one came out quick.
Christopher Riley will be the batter. And he shows bunt as that travels over the netting.
just a real treat to be able to call a game here in early March. Typically, we finish our basketball season in February, and then we'll see in April when we make up some rainouts.
It's good that the team had the opportunity to open the season here.
College of Staten Island, one of the sponsors here for the Ferry Hawks, as their sign is on the left field wall.
That's right.
Right next to 778 WABC.
Now, this was a while back, and I'm not sure if this is still in the works, but I was told that some talent from WSIA, radio station operated off of campus at the College of Staten Island, was told that WSIA would be lending some talent to call Ferry Hawks games this year. And at one point, I was approached about helping them get ready. Haven't heard anything since, and I've seen flyers around the athletics building soliciting talent to call games for WSIA. I would have to assume that that has something to do with this, but I'm not sure if that's something that's still in the works or what the situation is.
Stay tuned. I guess tune into Ferry Hawks opening day, and that's where you get your answer. Looks like have an injury as the catcher is shaken up.
They'll give him some time to regain his composure here. Remember what we said earlier about Rocky Mountain oysters?
Oh. That's what I was thinking too, Joe. And I know you and the fellas will be enjoying your Rocky Mountain oysters at Kettle Black after the game.
I don't think they serve that, and that's not what I was implying.
I knew what you were implying.
I'm sure you did. That's taken up and in. Count now full on Riley. It's good to see that Luna's okay. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that misses for ball 4.
Great view point for us here of the plate. So very clear to see that was a little outside.
We're in a really good spot because we're elevated well above home plate, but seated directly behind it. Doesn't get much better than that. We have a similar vantage point at CSI as well. Now, if we're in the room to the left, we're on more of an angle. At softball, we're about 10 feet from home plate, directly behind the backstop.
Yeah, things get quite a bit dusty at the softball spot.
They sure do. Want to know the count on Jake Myers, the Dolphins' leadoff hitter? There goes Riley, throw to second, not in time. And Riley slides in safely with the stolen base.
Love a good foot first slide. So great job there by Riley, who we saw pinch run in the first game, using his speed to his advantage there.
Second stolen base of the season for Riley. Runner in scoring position for the Dolphins now, 1 out. Still no hits in the game. And that pitch is chopped on the ground, left side. And did Riley exit the baseline? I believe he did. And Myers is also out at first. Now, let's see if Lewis can figure out how to score this one.
I thought maybe he tagged him.
He definitely ran out of the baseline. He may have tagged him. If you put that in as a tag by the third baseman, I think that's okay. Nonetheless, the inning is over, and the Dolphins are turned aside in the third.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back for the fourth inning. Elvis Lopez, the batter, to lead things off for the Bears. Dolphins threatened momentarily, and Bloomfield turned that aside very quickly. Officially 5-5-3 on that double play as the tag was applied between second and third. Half swing there by Lopez, but he went around, and he's quickly in a two-strike hole. That misses for ball one. Kehoe with a chance here to pick up strikeout number 6. His strong start to the season continues. And that's off the outside corner. Two balls and 2 strikes the count now. And that is fouled about a foot below the window.
Might hit off the base there. That was close. Close call.
That was about a foot below our window. Not sure if a ball could break that glass, but that was hit pretty hard. Does Nino know that we had a baseball come into our window a couple of years back?
I don't think he knew that story.
He knows now. He knows now.
We have to bring it up, Joey. Bring it up every broadcast.
Every year. Every year.
Totally destroyed our sound system. Our soundboard.
That's it well out to center. But Lopez got under it. And Castiglione makes the catch.
We're cruising right now in this game, Joe.
This game's moving along quickly. Game 1 did not. Now,
when you get warmed up, the sun comes out a little. A lot of changes in the pace of play.
You mentioned earlier, Nick, that the College of Staten Island, one of the sponsors of the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, Hobra, a taco joint, also a sponsor of the Ferry Hawks. If you take a look out toward left field, a nice canopy set up out there. Some high top tables. We may be headed to the Kettle Black after this. Post-game meal for me and the crew.
So let me guess. You're going to get wings, Joe.
Perhaps.
Lewis is going to get a cheeseburger.
I don't know about that.
No, is that a hamburger guy?
Pat Fleming's a cheeseburger guy for sure.
Well, I'm going to look up the menu, and I'll try to guess everybody's meals, what they're going to select. I already got you pegged perfectly.
We'll come back from break with your guesses.
I'll do my research.
1 out in the inning. 1 ball and 1 strike the count on Tyree Bradley, and he looks at ball 2. Bradley 0 for 1 in this game, coming off an 0 for in game 1. Still looking for his first hit of the day. Bradley playing with the hoodie underneath his jersey. Just noticed that now. I do not envy the players down on the field and in the dugout.
Oh, no. No.
All right, we'll switch the camera as Nino goes to try and fix it. And someone's having some fun with our camera out there. I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, no nonsense. I got to open the window here to give you a little play-by-play. But no nonsense Nino is not having it. He is telling the people to get the heck away from the camera.
I don't know what they're doing, but they knocked our camera feed out. So, wide shot for now. Nino's going to try and take care of it. We'll see if he can figure it out as that pitch is on the outside corner.
Looked like it was a Bloomfield supporter messing with the camera from my vantage point. Nino's doing his best right now to get things back in place, but still knocked out.
The Dolphins' dugout is giving it to Bradley right now after he took a step toward first base. Looks like they're going to need me outside in between innings, so I'll take care of it. And now the Bloomfield dugout is going to make some noise as Bradley draws the walk. Nino to the rescue now. He has to frame it up.
He fixed it.
He's got to frame it up right. Let's see how he does. You got to zoom in more than that, Nino.
He's still working on it.
I don't know about that.
No, he's going to come back in. He's going to come back in. He's coming back in.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
I think Lewis should go out there. He's not doing much.
Lewis doesn't know how to frame shots either, so.
Lewis likes to cut my head off a lot when he's doing
Lewis goes for the head choppers during the pregame. That is the pitcher batter cam outside Lewis, correct. As they throw over to first and check on Bradley.
We might have to get Nino on headset to explain what was going on out there.
We may have to have Nick make an announcement. Step away from the equipment.
I think so.
Perhaps we'll come with some barriers tomorrow. All right, Nino needs to move it a little more to the left. He's coming back, isn't he?
I can't say.
He's coming back. I'll take care of it. These guys, three of them, and they can't frame the shot.
Three Stooges.
We'll take care of it during the break, Nino. Take a seat.
Take a seat.
I think we had to set up a camera in here. Joe, I think we need Hero Cam between this room and the stats room for tomorrow.
The crew loves it. I don't love it.
I
but
just can't.
Let's look at Nino's handiwork.
It's not bad. I can't get over Lewis having the nerve to talk about the camera when he's awful at camera.
That's true. Nino is not having it.
He's a perfectionist.
See, you zoom in more, Nino, and you center the mound and home plate. Nino's going to try again. I'll operate the dual cameras for now. 3-1 the count, so I'm also our engineer now. And that's taken inside.
You know, I'm looking at the Kettle Black menu here, so there's a lot to look forward to in the next inning. But right now, there's a lot going on in this game, and we're going to have a mound visit.
All right, so Nino gets another chance. He's working on it. All right, Nino has zoomed in a little bit too much now.
Zoom out.
We got Stephanie yelling "zoom out" to Nino who's outside. There's no way he could hear her.
Oh, Nino. We're going to cut away from this look until Nino figures things out. All right. Nick, take it away.
All right, I'm taking it away here. And the mound visit is over.
He's still working out there.
This is some crew we have here, folks, at home. I mean, the only way I could really describe it is it's just the Three Stooges over here. All right, so back to the action here. Kehoe set to deliver the pitch. And pitch is taken right down the middle for a strike. Nino's back in the booth now. The 0-1 pitch. Taken for strike two. So Justin Rivera with runners at first and second here. 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch to Rivera. Checks his swing, but he did not go, so takes it outside for a ball. Joe Foreman having all sorts of issues with the camera out there. It's called karma. All right, and the pitch. The 1-2 pitch to Rivera. Kehoe checks the runners. That pitch is swung and a miss. Strike 3. Big strikeout there for Kehoe to send Rivera back to the dugout. And it's 2 outs now for Bloomfield.
Well, Nick, I will admit, it is quite windy outside. I can see how the camera was a bit disrupted.
Windy? Near the water? When it's 40 degrees? I can't believe it.
I wasn't saying that I'm surprised. What I'm saying is it was far less windy when we got here. It's definitely picked up.
I just can't believe the fact that Lewis is laughing at you and Nino's expense when he's in a controlled climate indoors at the tank at the College of Style. And he's looking like a sniper going with the headshots.
That pitch is on the outside corner, and Kehoe is now ahead of Nick Johns, 0-2. 2 on, 2 out. Still no hits in the game for either team. Kehoe has walked 4 and struck out 6. He's looking for a 7th here. And that's swung on and missed by Johns for strike 3. Ryan Kehoe picks up his 7th strikeout of the game, strands 2 on base, and we remain scoreless headed to the bottom half of the 4th inning.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Back here at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. And we're getting ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. Castiglione at the plate. And Guzman's first pitch is in there for a strike. That pitch is taken low for a ball. So no runs so far on either side. No hits. Bottom of the 4th. Castiglione's ball flew out to right field, heading towards the bullpen into the stands is the ball, and it's out of play. So Dominic Castiglione fouls it off. 1-2 count now. The 1-2 pitch to Castiglione. Swung on, ripped into left field. It's the first hit of the game. Castiglione gets the Dolphins in the hit column. The first hit on either side in this game. And there's a runner on first now in the bottom of the fourth. Only 7 innings in this doubleheader. So it's getting late early here. We're at the halfway mark in the game. Shendi Ulaj stepping to the plate, 0 for 1. Castiglione at first. Guzman's pitch. Castiglione goes. Ulaj fouls it out of play. Guzman up to 39 pitches. Well-pitched game on both sides here. Guzman pick off to Castiglione, but Castiglione back in time. Another pickoff attempt. The 0-1 pitch. Inside for a ball. So 1-1 with a runner on first. On deck for the Dolphins, T-Mart Martinez. Martinez also 0 for 1 here today. 1-1 pitch is grounded to short, flipped to second for 1, over to first, double play. Guzman gets the Dolphins. Ulaj to ground into the 6-4-3 double play. And that clears the bases. Tyler Martinez now stepping to the plate. First pitch taken high for a ball. Second pitch in the at-bat, taken for a strike, so 1-1. 2 outs, nobody on after the double play. Bottom of the fourth inning here. That ball is hit into greener pastures, into the right field, outfield, and it's a base hit for Martinez after the double play. So Martinez on board here now. And that's going to bring up Vincent Weigel. Weigel struck out in his first at-bat. First pitch to Weigel outside. Take it for a ball. So Martinez on first, Weigel at the plate. 2 outs, bottom of the fourth. Pick off. Martinez back safely. Weigel steps out of the box. Martinez with a solid lead. Guzman delivers the pitch. And it's low for a ball. 1-1. Guzman delivers. That's taken as well for a ball.
All right, Nick, I'm back. 2 things. 1, the wind was wreaking havoc on our camera. It was nearly blown off the tripod twice.
Oh, would have been down to one camera then.
You can see, if you look at Weigel's jersey right now, the wind has really picked up. The skies have darkened. It is now raining outside as well. We had to move the camera indoors, so now there is a slight reflection of the tripod in the window. So we do apologize for that, but right now that's the best view we have.
You put it in the other room with Lewis and Nick, and they, along with Nino, had a really big laugh. So it seemed like you guys were having a good time trying to get the camera set up. As the 3-0 pitch is taken for a strike.
So we moved our scoreboard up into the top left corner. Now, if the window becomes covered in raindrops, we do have one other alternate location for a camera in a room to our left, as that's taken by Weigel for ball 4. Well, Nick, I leave the booth, and the bats wake up. A couple of base hits for the Dolphins.
Yeah, unfortunately, double play before Martinez is hit, but runners on first and second now, which is the best the Dolphins have had so far. So we'll hold off on your order menu for the next inning here, since I have pulled it up and there's been a lot going on in this inning. We'll pay attention to the game.
I will say it would have lost a lot of impact if you went through it without me in the room. Anthony Iracey, the batter, he takes low for ball 1. He's 0 for 1 at the plate.
What I will say is I have Lewis and Nick pegged as going for some sort of sandwich. I don't think they're going to go for the wings. Because according to my sources, there's a recent trip to Buffalo Wild Wings, and they might have had wings recently.
Nick is a chicken tenders and fries guy. Lewis is a wings guy. There's no question. I already know what they're getting.
Well, you guys have spent a lot of time together.
They call me the chief
meals
for a reason. I need to know the squad's orders.
And Foreman probably orders for them, too, when they're at the restaurant.
He does not do that. What I do, actually...
Especially at Applebee's.
Well, if we're doing a 2 for 24, then I think it's easier if one person orders for both. Generally speaking, that way they get the correct pairings together. But now I lost my train of thought. Okay, so with a mound visit right now.
I thought I had Nick before to go for chicken, but I thought he was going to go for the rancher sandwich, which was a crispy fried chicken, thick cut applewood bacon, ranch dressing, Vermont cheddar, and pickled chips on a buttery brioche. So I don't know if I was that far off, but
So a chicken nugget with some dressing.
on bread.
Yes.
Now,
That sounds like Nick.
I'll pick Lewis's sandwich wings after. Now that I know he's getting wings, and I'm going to give you a Nino sandwich as a wild card in case he goes.
Yeah, he's going to drive you home and then drive back and meet us. That's dedication. As that pitch is in for a called strike.
I think he has to go to Jersey City first to pick somebody else up to join you guys at dinner.
Yeah. He'll invite himself to this gathering, too. No. That's it on the ground to short. And the flip goes to second for the force out, and the side is retired. Once again, the Dolphins are turned aside in the 4th, but they do pick up the first 2 hits of the ball game. We head to the 5th. Still no score between the Dolphins and Bears.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Perfect timing for a Kettle Black ad as we come back from break. Still no score between the Dolphins and the Bears. And, Nick, I know you could not wait. You were watching me outside, preparing for this moment. What are our Kettle Black orders?
All right, so Nino, if he goes, he's going to get the Delmonico.
Nino's not going.
The Delmonico sandwich, thinly sliced steak, caramelized onions, roasted mushrooms, and melted mozzarella served on garlic bread.
Nino gives the thumbs
Sounds
up.
like I wrote his bio. Now, I don't know if you guys are appetizer guys, but if you were, you, of course, are a big hot pretzels guy, and I think the fellas over there, they're fans of mozzarella sticks.
Bavona, for sure, is getting the chicken fingers as his entree,
already
even
rolled
though it's
that
an
out,
app.
So now I got to just pick your flavors here. So I think there's going to be some buffalo involved, a little honey barbecue for sure.
That's Lewis.
That's Lewis. So for you, let me check out the sauces here as it plays under.
You check out the sauces. I'll keep you posted on the action as the count is 1 ball and 1 strike on Tristan Brandt. He's 0 for 1 at the plate. And Kehoe's pitches it out to left field. And the catch is made out in left by Riley.
So I think you might go with the Maryland Bay sauce, yeah. Buffalo City sauce, dusted with Old Bay seasoning.
I don't think much about the sauce. Whatever the traditional mild sauce is, that's usually what I go with. So that's Buffalo. Yeah.
So pretty plain there. All right,
Yes.
so we got everybody's orders.
Garlic Parmesan's good too, as Luigi Luna takes. Called strike.
Now let's see what I would get if I happen to attend.
If you're not going to attend, I don't want to know. Because no-nonsense Nino has to drive you home, only to come all the way back as Castiglione moves to his left and makes that catch.
The question is Stephanie getting the invite out to
The invite's always open. She can't be bothered with us.
Can't blame her. Stephanie's probably a firehouse chili type of person.
Stoic Stephanie.
Melted cheddar, sour cream, jalapenos, and the side of homemade cornbread. Throw in a little bacon. She's ready to go.
There's going to be a line outside the door by the time we get there. All of our viewers are going to beat us to it as that pitch misses outside. Back to the top of the order for the Bears. Kevin Sanchez is the batter. He's 0 for 2. Sanchez shows bunt, takes strike. Comes the 1-1. Sanchez fouled that one off his ankle. Kehoe with 7 strikeouts is 1 strike away from number 8. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that's swung on and missed for strike 3. Ryan Kehoe with 8 punch-outs through 5. The Bears still without a hit, and we are still without a score as the Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half of inning number 5.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive. It's to achieve every goal we aim for. Because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom of the fifth, about to get started from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Still no score between the Dolphins and the Bears, and Ryan Kehoe's season is off to about as good of a start as you could hope for. He has now thrown 12 scoreless innings across 2 starts, but the Dolphins still haven't gotten him any run support. The Dolphins have the only 2 hits in the game, but there is still no score.
I'll look at to my right here, and DJ Lewis Matrone really getting in the mix on that last PA song there. He's having a great time, and I think he might want to do music for the rest of the season.
Sounded like he wanted to party in the USA. As we come back from break, Nick Cipoletti at the plate for the Dolphins. He's 0 for 1. New pitcher in the game for Bloomfield. That's Edwin Melend, who takes the mound. In a moment, we'll get you the numbers on Melend this season. I just figured it out. Thank you, Nick. Name cut off on Stat Crew again, Edwin Melendez. This doubleheader is the first that I've tried to call utilizing live stats this season. It will be the last. The iPad will be here tomorrow. 100%.
Make sure that iPad's charged up for the long flight and trip.
No question, as Cipoletti lines a base hit into left field, but I am just dumbfounded how the live stats cut off letters in the names of players.
Yeah, very minimal amount of characters given. I mean, for Melendez here, at least go E dot and then Melendez.
That would make it far easier. That should be the only option as far as I'm concerned.
If we're looking at a live stats here, like Kehoe's up to the bat right now. It says M. Kehoe.
I think it depends on how your .tro roster file is uploaded, and they will throw behind Kehoe at second, or behind Cipoletti. Michael Kehoe is the batter. Nick Cipoletti advances to second on what appeared to be a pass ball.
Got some action in the bullpen, just some light tossing now for Bloomfield.
Kehoe was showing bunt on that first pitch. I would presume he's going to show bunt again here. And he does. Look how far in Bradley came.
Bradley is super close.
Massive hole between first and second. If Kehoe tried to go the other way, also a big hole between second and third.
I would say swing away here.
I like the call to bunt heading into this at bat. The way the Bears are defending the bunt. You could make the case for giving him the green light to swing.
If he puts it on the right side here, well, now it looks like he's going to swing. But, if he puts it on the ground to the right side, it's the same effect as the bunt. But with the way they're defending him, he might have a chance for a hit. And he's got a huge hole, as you mentioned, between short and third.
The way they were defending the bunt, there was a massive hole between first and second as well. There you see it. Well, you don't see it because we have the closer camera shot.
Go to the wide camera for a second. You could see the way they're set up defensively, with the corners pinching in a lot.
Well, you can see as the ball travels in, the second baseman makes a break for first, vacating the right side. Over at second, the shortstop begins to move into position. That's Brandt. And he ends up in a suitable position as Siri responds to our
Siri
commentary.
joining the broadcast.
Siri wanted in on the call.
Kehoe with the walk, though.
Considering the Dolphins were looking to bunt heading into that at bat,
I think this is
That's
a great
good
time.
outcome.
I think this is a great time to bunt once again. Now you go second and third with one out.
This situation is typically the one where I advocate bunting. 9-hitter at the plate. A lot of the time, the Dolphins have a player with speed in the 9 spot, and I think Riley certainly fits the billing there. You can bunt, and in addition to attempting a sacrifice, it doubles as an attempt for a base hit. And then you move the go-ahead run to third. Riley squares and comes up empty. He offered on that pitch. And he's behind 0-1. The count on the Dolphins' left fielder. He bunts one back to the mound. The throw goes to third, and it's in time. Great play there by Melendez. Immediately came up throwing to third. That's a very good play by the Bears pitcher.
Not a great bunt there. When you want to do the sacrifice, you want to get that towards the third base side, so it takes that force out. If you're bunting for a hit, you want to push it more towards the first base side. The last thing you want to do is bunt it right back to the pitcher. Excellent job by Melendez to pounce on that ball off the mound and make the aggressive play and get the out at third base.
And you made the point earlier, the ball rolling on this infield has been slowed just a bit. On that one, he bunted it so hard that Melendez really didn't have to charge much. He was able to wait for it and still had time to throw over to third. Jake Myers, the batter here, he fouled back that first pitch and is behind 0-1. That's down and away. Kehoe, the runner on second. Riley, the runner at first. Myers, the Dolphins' leadoff hitter, at the dish right now, and Dominic Castiglione looms on deck. And Myers takes down and away. It's been a frustrating day for Myers at the plate. Hit into a double play his last time up. Hit into a big double play in Game 1. He can erase the memory of those two at-bats with a base hit right here. And that's hit hard toward the middle. Diving stop on the backhand. Throw to first in time. A tremendous play at second base by Murray. And Myers has hit into another double play. Fifth inning is over, and the Dolphins and Bears remain scoreless as we head to the sixth.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Sixth inning about to get started. No score between the Dolphins and the Bears. Dolphins were turned aside yet again in the previous half inning. Had a good chance to score, but Jake Myers hit into a double play, and the threat was neutralized. That double play came after an unsuccessful attempt at a sacrifice bunt. Great play by Edwin Melendez on the mound for the Bears to go to third, and that really set the tone for the rest of that inning. If he doesn't go to third with that ball, and Myers hits one to second, the Dolphins probably have the lead.
Yeah, just good heads-up baseball move by Melendez to get the out at third.
And on top of that, with the game at that point being in the bottom half of the fifth, there's a good chance the Bears would have brought the infield in. And if the infield was in, that Myers ball goes for a base hit. A lot to think about following that last half inning for the Dolphins as their offensive struggles continue. Angel Murray at the plate for the Bears. Speaking of offensive struggles, the Bears don't have a hit yet.
This has been a great pitching performance by Kehoe. He's at 78 pitches right now.
My typical rule for acknowledging a no-hitter is start of the sixth in a 7-inning game, so 2 innings to go. And then if you get through 6 in a 9-inning game, you mention it in the 7th. So I typically operate the same way every time, and I think we're at that point, down to potentially the final 6 outs of the game for the Bears, that we have to acknowledge the fact that the Dolphins starter is throwing a no-hitter. Now, it won't matter much if CSI doesn't score. Line score thus far, the Dolphins, no runs on 3 hits, no errors, zeros across the board for Bloomfield. Count now full on the Bears' second baseman. Murray officially 0 for 1 at the plate in the game. And he takes way upstairs, and that will be a leadoff walk. That will bring Elvis Lopez to the plate. Lopez, the Bears' designated hitter. He's also 0 for 1. Top 5 hitters in the Bears lineup, 4 of them have just 1 official at bat. Kevin Sanchez is 0 for 3. Murray, Lopez, Bradley, Sanchez, all 0 for 1. And we are going to have a pinch runner at first base as well. Luis Ramirez, who got the start in Game 1, pinch running here. So Angel Murray's day is done. He comes out of the game here in the top half of the 6th as the Bears look to scratch out the game's first run. That might be enough to win this one. We are approaching 5 p.m. And Kehoe is going to keep a very close eye on Ramirez over at first. Three straight pickoffs. As we discussed earlier, Major League Baseball will not allow that play next season.
Automatic balk. You can attempt the third pickoff, but if you're not successful, then it's a balk.
I don't think I can express on air how much I dislike that appropriately. I don't think that's a play you see often enough where they needed to address it via a new rule. Want to know the count on Lopez as he has seen just 1 pitch in this at-bat. Runner going, and that's fouled away. That was a bit of a defensive swing. Lopez may have been wise to let that one go. Players in the Dolphins bench rising to their feet and onto the top of the dugout steps. 2 very vocal dugouts along the first and third base lines. We saw this last year, and these 2 teams have not disappointed today. Runner going again. Throw by Kehoe. On target, on time. And Ramirez is out.
Heck of a throw by Kehoe.
I was about to say, what a throw by Kehoe. Throw into the runner, and it got there with plenty of time. Here's another look. Throw in with plenty of time. And that caught stealing proves costly as Lopez drives one the other way into right field for a base hit.
First of the game. And the Joe Thorne broadcaster's jinx strikes again as we brought up in the 6th inning. But you know what, Joe? I think what would have been worse is if Kehoe went 7 no-hit innings and it was 0-0 when they had to go to extra innings. Because the Dolphins' offense right now is very, very quiet.
As quiet as the Dolphins have been up until that last base hit, the Bears have been quieter.
Well, in this particular game,
In
yes,
this game,
the
yes.
first game they scored.
In the first game, both teams had 7 hits.
Right.
I think for the Dolphins, this is something I mentioned last year. They've lacked that timely hit. And as the season wore on last year, they became better and better in those situations with men on base. And so far, through these 2 games, they have not come up with any big hits. They were helped along by an error. Ulaj delivered a hit in the 9th. But when it came down to one at-bat to bring the tying run home, the Dolphins couldn't come through. That pitch misses down and away. It's quickly 2-0 now. Make it 3-0 on Tyree Bradley. Justin Sanchez on deck. And Kehoe finds the outside corner with that pitch. Kehoe has walked 5 and struck out 8. Official pitch count heading into this at bat was 86. That will make this number 91. And there's a big swing and a miss by Bradley. You think they send Lopez here, Nick?
I've seen him run in the first game, so I think so.
And you're right, as that's fouled back. Now, do they send him again? I think if you send him once, you send him twice. You have your best hitter at the plate. Dolphins are in a spot here where Kehoe probably needs to challenge with 1 out. I think you could be a bit more careful if you had 2 outs, but with 1 out, I think you have to go after him in the spot.
What a pickoff there. Lopez was on the base when the ball was being thrown towards him.
That's the kind of pickoff when, back in the day, in MLB The Show, I didn't like the pitch I chose. I just throw a pickoff to first base.
Pickoff, yeah. Step off the mound.
Back a long time ago. I don't believe they had the step-off control in the game, as that's fouled away.
Now, are you going to be getting the MLB of the Show this year?
Based upon how I felt about last year's game, which was terrible, I was not going to get it, but they've made online team play ranked. So I may have to make my return. We'll see. Not much time to play games these days.
You'll wait till Madden comes out in August.
Definitely won't be able to get a new game in August as Bradley takes ball 4. I think the show is more likely since when the season ends in May, I'll have my free time to play over the summer. So perhaps I wait until May and get it. We'll see. I was unbeaten in ranked play last year, 18-0.
I still play MLB The Show 15. I have my franchise mode, all up-to-date rosters.
Wow.
Always update the rosters.
I was playing 07 until about, I think, 2019 with David Wright on the cover.
Great cover.
Justin Sanchez, the batter. 2 on, 1 out, and he takes a strike.
Now, what system do you play on? Xbox One?
07 was on PlayStation 3 because back then it was only a PlayStation exclusive. Today I play on Xbox Series X.
Not a PlayStation guy anymore, huh?
I was a PlayStation guy growing up. I was actually a Nintendo kid growing up, all Nintendo. I transitioned to PlayStation, and then after PlayStation 3 came out, I bought an Xbox 360 and favored Xbox. So I moved on to Xbox in the next generation and have stayed with Xbox ever since.
My first system was Sega. Then I had Sega Genesis. And I got PS2, PS3. Also got Wii. My PS3 got the Red Ring of Death. Then I got PS4, Xbox 360, and that's where I'm at now. Probably not going to get PS5 anytime soon.
And that's taken on the outside corner once again. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Sanchez. Bears bench didn't like the last call on the outer half of the plate. Sanchez took it right on the corner and did so again right there. Here comes the 2-2. That's fouled straight back. My very first console was Sega Genesis, followed by Nintendo 64. I still have my original Nintendo 64 from 1997.
Surprised you haven't sold on eBay yet.
I would never sell that. About a week ago, I had the 2 Pats at my house. We were playing
Pat party.
We were playing Mario Kart, Mario Tennis, Super Smash, and all those classics. As that's hit on the ground to second, Myers has it, and he throws to first in time for the second out.
Good thing they were sending the runners there.
I was just about to say that. Good thing the runners were going. As it looks like we might have a pitching change here.
Kalik is going to come in. I don't know about him coming in this spot.
It looks like Mike Morrow was just checking in with his starter. Made his way about halfway out onto the field. Looked like he asked Kehoe if he's good.
Kehoe's at 100 pitches, Joe, so this is going to be it for him after this inning if he finishes it. But it looks like we have an injury for Bloomfield.
That was Bradley. Looked like he was stretching out his hamstring. And you never want to see a baseball player tugging at the back of that leg. Dolphins do have Kalika in the bullpen, as you mentioned, and had Kehoe come out of the game, Kalika would have been the new pitcher. Justin Rivera, the pinch hitter, once again referring to our live stats. I almost said Justin River. The live stats on Sidearm have been haunting us all day with the names. Other than that, very thorough. Nice layout. I haven't used these in quite some time.
It's also the first baseball game for you, Joe, where you're using a Mac to refer to stats.
Well, I have to admit, I've become a Mac guy since the start of the season by necessity. I was always a Windows guy.
Me too, and then I started having to use a Mac for work, and it's just so much faster.
That's what it is. It's the speed. It's the rendering speed for our graphic projects. As that pitch is taken just off the corner by Rivera for ball 1. Rivera 0 for 2 in this game. Was 1 for 2 in the first game. And he takes a called strike on the corner. One ball and 1 strike the count. And Kehoe's pitch is outside. Kehoe able to work a bit more quickly here with runners only on second and third. And that's a big cut by Rivera. And that evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Huge pitch upcoming here for Kehoe. And that's hit hard and cut off by Myers. Long throw is not in time. And we will get a second look at it on replay. That was a close call over at first.
Joe, my first look, I thought he got him.
I can't believe Myers made that a play. What an effort by the Dolphins' second baseman. We are all huddled around the screen right now, and it's just so hard to tell with a camera shot this wide. And I'm not sure if that provides any more clarity. We'll slow it down one more time as we await the next batter. We'll also move it ahead a bit. See if this look helps at all. The ball is not there yet. I think he beat it. Looks like the umpire got it right, to his credit. And with that, the Dolphins now trail 1-0. And it looks like that's going to be all for Ryan Kehoe, though I don't believe the Dolphins were charged with a mound visit when, I'm not sure if it was Mike Morrow who exited the dugout or one of his assistants.
Looks like Kehoe's staying in.
But either way, one of the Dolphins coaches exited the dugout but did not cross the third base line. Still 2 away. Runners on the corners. And Malachi Jones will be the pinch hitter. Jones was 1 for 2 in game 1. Big insurance run standing over at third base right now. You know the Bears would feel a lot better about a 2-run lead. That's chopped on the infield. Foul territory. Kehoe 1 strike away from escaping trouble yet again. No balls and 2 strikes the count on the Bears pinch hitter. We also had a pinch runner over at first base. Suriel Slater came into the game to run. And he takes off for second and will be in safely without a throw. So Slater pinch runs for Rivera, steals second, and now there are 2 in scoring position. That eliminates the force at second base. And going back to that last play, a force at second may have made a big difference. As the batter went around, Jones offered at the pitch. He is a strikeout victim, and the inning is over, but not before the Bears strike for the game's first run. They now lead CSI 1-0, heading to the home half of the 6th.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Home sixth inning about to get started from Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Dolphins now trail by a run. Ryan Kehoe remained in the game through the conclusion of the top half of the sixth. But he may be done, and this could be his last chance to get a win. Dolphins would have to score twice. Dominic Castiglione leads things off out of the 2 spot in the Dolphins order, and takes a called strike 1. Castiglione officially 1 for 1 in this game as he hits one softly over to third. It is handled, and the throw is in time from Christian Cruz, who was the new third baseman. Castiglione quickly retired for the first out.
We saw Cruz coming off the bench last game as well, and I think it caused some sort of stats issue as you guys were over there discussing Cruz's entry into the game.
So, to put it in a way that the layperson can understand, and stat crew isn't very complicated once you know how to use it, but what happened is that the pinch runner was put into the game, and then that pinch runner remained in the game in the field. However, when Lewis took that pinch runner and put the pinch runner in the field, he put the pinch runner into the incorrect spot in the batting order. So, let's say the runner was replacing the center fielder was batting 6th, the pinch runner was moved into the 6th spot in the order instead of the correct spot. And that created the confusion. As that's lined into right, and the diving catch is made in right field. Another new defensive replacement into the game. That is 0. Jason Villafane, who makes an incredible diving catch, battling the wind, battling the sun, and there are quickly 2 away in the home 6th.
Villafane fired up after that sliding catch. Pumped up, rightfully so. Great catch. So what do you think is Lewis's favorite sports stat, Joe? It's got to be soccer.
Personally, for me, it's baseball and softball because they are by far the 2 easiest sports in terms of scoring. Soccer, with the new system, you have to be a lot more active as the statistician. And the Dolphins have a hit here. That was Tyler Martinez. And
Martinez hit the second hit of the game.
That might be the first ball we've seen pulled to left field that got down all day.
Yep, there was one that was down third baseline, but it was on the infield more. That was certainly the first one pulled to left.
We've seen the ball pulled to left, but none of those have gotten down. And the wind really killed that ball. It's a really tough ballpark for a right-handed hitter.
So Vigliotti pinch hitting now.
Vigliotti came through as a pinch hitter in Game 1. And is it just me? Did the temperature drop about 10 degrees in here? There's cold air coming in here from somewhere. Nino going to work on that window as Vigliotti takes a called strike.
I have to go take a little look into the stats booth after this to warm up a little with the heater.
They have it made in there.
They got it made. I was going to say they're never going to have it as good as that.
No. That's it back to the mound. Flip to first in time, and Vigliotti is retired. Dolphins are turned aside once again in the 6th, and the Bears will come to bat leading by 1 in the 7th. They are 3 outs away from a potential sweep.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, We're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Seventh inning, getting underway here. Bears lead the Dolphins 1-0. Just 6 hits here in Game 2 after a 14-hit combined effort in Game 1. Both teams had 7 in that game. Stephen Kalika, the new Dolphins pitcher. Second outing of the season here for Kalika.
Kalika pinch hit, and the first game struck out to end it. Now comes into this game in relief as a pitcher.
One outing for Kalika this season. That was a start. In 6 1/3, he allowed 9 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned. Walked 4, struck out 5, allowed a couple of doubles. 27 opposing batters, hitting .333 against him. He comes in with a whip of 2.05 and a 7.11 ERA. Quickly issues a walk to open up the 7th. And the way things have gone for the Dolphins in this game, it goes without saying they need to put up a 0 here in the 7th.
Well, not off to a good start with the leadoff walk.
Luis Garcia was the pinch hitter for the Bears to open up this inning. He draws the walk. Luigi Luna, the batter now. He's 0 for 2. Will show bunt. Bunts went up in the air. Easy play for Iracy at first. Garcia gets back.
Kalika needed that. He gets it.
That's one way to rebound from a leadoff walk. A one-pitch bunt attempt, pop fly on the infield. Kevin Sanchez, the batter. He's 0 for 3 in the game and looks at a called strike 1. That's it on the ground to second. Could be 2. Myers to Cipoletti for 1, and the throw to first not in time.
Well, we mentioned it before multiple times. That turf kind of slows the ball down, so didn't come to Myers fast enough there for him to have enough time to turn double play.
If there was any double play combination that could have made that happen, it would be this Dolphins middle infield, one of the biggest strengths of this team. One away here in the road 7th. Luis Ramirez, after pinch running, will get an at-bat here in the 7th. He takes inside for ball 1. Ramirez heading to count 2-0 now. Look over to first by Kalika. He delivers a strike. Kalika working quickly out on the mound. And that is fouled just above us.
So many foul balls today.
They did have someone going after those with a bucket. Talk about a thankless job on a day like this.
Yeah, but, somebody's got to do something. And fortunately for that guy, he was the somebody.
He's certainly somebody to us. If we had a name, we'd share it. We love to shout out our crew.
He's doing a great job navigating some treacherous terrains out there in right field with no seats. everything behind caution tape. Our very own Nick Bavona had to go past the caution tape earlier today to get the lineups.
Not sure what other way he could have went. Count full here on Ramirez. Runner going on the pitch, and that's hit high in the air. Ball on the infield. Well, the Bears, I thought didn't know how many outs there were. Apparently, our scoreboard was 1 out off. Was there not 1 out in the inning?
You're going to have to check the live stats. I thought there was.
Well, the live stats had it right. We did not. The scoreboard read 1 out. It now reads 2 outs. Let's see.
That's why the umpires have their indicators, right, Nina?
Luna fouled out to first. They got the out at second.
So that was the third out.
And that was the third out. So no question, that was out number 3. Nobody had it except for the live stats next door, and fortunately, the men who matter in blue down on the field. We head to the bottom half of the 7th. Dolphins trail 1-0.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
We're back for the 7th inning. Anthony Iracy leading things off for the Dolphins. CSI with 6, 7, and 8 due up. Trailing by a run. Iracy ahead in the count 1-0. Shows bunt and takes ball 2.
Joe, it's a good time to remind our viewers, of course, that 2 more games tomorrow to tune in for, and a brand new Dolphin pod coming out next week. Got to be a big one.
We'll talk a bit about this weekend's action, and we're going to recap the postseason for several of our Dolphins programs. Indoor track and field in the ECC Championship, swimming and diving at the Mets Championship, men's and women's basketball in the ECC Championship, both baseball and softball just getting underway. We're going to talk about all of that. You and I hosting a special Dolphin pod recorded right here at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Plenty on deck for that special episode. That's set to release sometime tomorrow.
Not my first appearance on the Dolphin pod, believe it or not.
That's right. As that's it out toward right center. But the catch is made by Villafane for the first out. And you can see it. When the ball is hit out to right field, it just finds its way toward the right fielder. The lone exception was that near home run.
Yeah, because that one went straight to the foul pole.
Yes.
And that's where the wind is.
Nick Cipolleti, the batter, hits another one out to right center. And once again, Villafane navigates the wind perfectly.
Villafane doing a great job off the bench as a defensive replacement. He had that tremendous sliding catch before, and now these 2 catches.
Dolphins down to their final out, and Michael Kehoe will be the batter. Kehoe 0 for 1 in the game. Dolphins have 4 hits. 2 of those belong to Tyler Martinez. Dominic Castiglione with 1, and Nick Cipolleti with 1. That's it. And Nick, if you told us the Dolphins could potentially lose a game, but they allowed just 2 hits, we wouldn't have believed it.
Well, really strong pitching here on both sides in this game. And not much offense going.
Cold bats perhaps coinciding with the cold temperatures as that's it on the ground to first. Backhanded. Melendez will cover, and he gets there in time to retire Kehoe for the final out of the game. Kehoe slams his helmet in frustration as the Bears storm the field in celebration of a sweep in today's non-conference doubleheader. They defeat the Dolphins 4-3 in Game 1 and take Game 2 by a final score of 1-0.
Well, the story here today, Joe, good pitching by Bloomfield, just enough offense, no offense for the Dolphins, and they fall in this one. If they continue hitting like this, it's going to be difficult to put a lot of wins in the win column early on here in the season. But I believe once things get warmer outside temperature-wise, the offense and the bat should get hotter as well.
That is certainly what happened last year. It is far too early to write off this Dolphins team. As we saw last season, they really began to pick it up around late March, early April. They, of course, hope to get going a bit sooner. That being said, they didn't get many games in early March last year, so this is a very rare sight and a good opportunity for us to get a look at some Dolphins baseball early in the month of March as the weather outside is very cold. Fortunately for us, we were up in a press box this weekend, and we have much more to come tomorrow as the Dolphins take on Caldwell University. Once again, those games get underway at the same time. 12 p.m. tomorrow, McDonald's pregame show gets underway at approximately 11:45 a.m. You can join Nick and I for tomorrow's game. Both he and I return for the call of Day 2 of this 2023 opening weekend for the Dolphins, hosted by our friends here at the Ferry Hawks at Staten Island University Hospital Community Park. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Be sure to catch more Dolphins baseball tomorrow right back here on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC Network.